meeting of the New York Advisory Committee of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights shall come to order. Today is Friday, June 25th at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I am Diane Hamill. I'm the chair of the Advisory Committee, and the members currently present with me are Athena Mutwa, Iris Chen, Jamil Bakwa, Donald Durham, Tiffany Graham, Vivian Louie, and Glenn McIntyre. I have been advised that at least one member will not be able to join today and another will be late. And I also see that Stephen Raga, another member, has just joined us. Also present are the commission staff, and there may be members of the public who have joined in a listen-only capacity until invited to speak in public comment. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights is an independent bipartisan agency of the federal government charged with studying discrimination or denial of equal protection of the laws because of race, color, religion, sex, age, disability, or national origin, or in the administration of justice. In each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, an advisory committee of the commission has been established. They are made up of reasonable persons who serve without compensation to advise the commission on relevant information concerning their respective state. Today, our purpose is to hear testimony regarding racial discrimination and eviction policies and enforcement in New York. If speakers begin to veer away from the civil rights questions at hand to discuss possibly important but unrelated topics, I will interrupt and ask them to refrain from doing so. Based on the information collected through testimony, our committee will draft a report that will include findings and recommendations that will be shared with the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. The commission will then forward those recommendations to the appropriate federal and state entities. At the outset, I want to remind everyone that this meeting is being recorded and will be transcribed for the public record. I wish to remind everyone that today's meeting is a part of a series of meetings that the committee is hosting, and all information is available in the Federal Registry. I'd also like to present the ground rules for today's meeting. This is a public meeting, open to the media and the general public. We have a full schedule of people who will be making presentations within the limited time available. The time allotted for each presentation must be strictly adhered to, and that will be 10 minutes for each panelist. After all the panelists have concluded their statements, the committee members will engage them in questions and answers. To accommodate persons who are not on the agenda but wish to make statements, we have scheduled a public comment session today from 4:30 to 5 o'clock. At the appropriate time, when indicated to do so, anyone wishing to make a statement should press *3 on their phone or use the raised hand function on their web browser to request that their line be unmuted. In addition, written statements may be submitted by email to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights at mtrachtenberg@usccr.gov until July 25th. Please also know that we have interpreters who are providing interpretation in Mandarin and Spanish, and we also have closed caption available today. Therefore, I would like to ask all to please speak slowly and clearly so our interpreters can accurately capture remarks for anyone listening on our language access lines. Though some of the statements today may be controversial, we want to ensure that all invited guests do not defame or degrade any person or organization. As the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. In order to ensure that all aspects of the issues are represented, knowledgeable persons with a wide variety of experience and viewpoints have been invited to share information with us. Any person or organization that feels defamed or degraded by statements made in these proceedings may provide a public response during the open comment period. And alternately, such persons or organizations can file written statements for inclusions in these proceedings. I urge all persons making presentations to be judicious in their statements. The Advisory Committee appreciates the willingness of all participants to share their views and their experiences with us today. Finally, the rules for the committee Q&A portion of the panel discussion are as follows. The Q&A session is reserved for committee members only. The committee may ask questions of the entire panel or individual members of the panel after all the panelists have had an opportunity to provide their prepared statements. Committee members must be recognized by the chair before asking any questions of the participants. And in addition, because of the large number of members and the short amount of time, each committee member will be limited to one question. Each panel is only 3 panelists each with an hour each, so I may not be able to call on every committee member for each panel, but I will do the best I can, and I will start where I leave off when we get to the second panel. We will not start the round robin again until everybody has had an opportunity to ask a question. At this time, we're going to commence with our first panel, which is a multi-sector panel that will run from 12 to 1 o'clock. And I call on this time Sheila Boston and Roger Maldonado with the New York City Bar. If you'll unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hamill and committee members, and thank you for inviting the New York City Bar Association to testify today. My name is Sheila Boston, and I'm president of the New York City Bar Association. In my day job, I'm a partner at the law firm of Arnold and Porter, and my practice area is products liability litigation. The City Bar is a voluntary association of approximately 25,000 lawyers and law students, covering a wide range of private and public practice areas, living and working in the city, New York, and across the state, country, and globe. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on the critical topic of evictions and racial discrimination, and I thank you for facilitating this important public dialogue. I'll be speaking first, then Roger Maldonado, and thereafter we will submit written testimony, which will take a deeper dive into some of what we discussed today, especially success of New York City's right to counsel law. When I began my term in May 2020, the country faced ongoing threats to the rule of law, a global pandemic, and the killing of George Floyd. Around that time, I decided to create 6 pillars of my presidency in order to help guide the work of our members, including COVID-19 recovery, access to justice, criminal justice reform, diversity, equity, and inclusion, protection of the rule of law, and mental health and wellness. I mention this because today's topic touches on all 6 pillars. I mean, we are talking about one's home, where we gather with friends and family, where our kids are virtually going to school now, and where we lay our heads at night. How we come to live where we live, how some people, especially people of color, people of less economic means, and people with criminal records, face barriers to housing. It includes the mental health impacts of being forcibly evicted from one's home, the economic fallout of COVID-19 and the impending eviction crisis, the positive access to justice and rule of law implications when the eviction playing field is leveled by making sure respondents have legal assistance even if they can't afford counsel. Around the same time I began my term as City Bar President, the Chief Judge of the State of New York, the Honorable Janet D. Fiore, appointed former Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson to review and report on the matter of racial bias in the New York State court system. On October 1, Secretary Johnson delivered a devastating report and said, the sad picture that emerges is, in effect, a second-class system of justice for people of color in New York State. He went on to report the findings of a similar 1991 review, which found there are 2 justice systems at work in the courts of New York State, one for whites and a very different one for minorities and the poor. Regarding housing, family, civil, and criminal courts of New York City in particular, Secretary Johnson reported over and over again, we heard about the dehumanizing and demeaning cattle call culture in these high volume courts. And he noted that the overwhelming majority of the civil or criminal litigants in these courts are people of color. Secretary Johnson reported a litany of instances in which attorneys and litigants of color experienced the gamut of overt racism, racial bias, and racially tinged condescension in court. With that background as our context, let me hone in on the focus of our testimony, and it's this. Legal representation of tenants in housing court is a powerful response to evictions and racial discrimination. This is a cause that the City Bar stands behind 100%. And why? Because we know that New York City's right to counsel law, passed in 2017, is working. According to annual reporting by New York City's Office of Civil Justice, tenant representation is going up, evictions are going down, default judgments against tenants have dropped, and tenants with counsel are far more successful in being able to retain their homes. It's a game changer. It is leveling the playing field in court, giving people a fighting chance to assert their legal rights, and sending an important message that the lives and homes of New York City's low-income households and litigants of color are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. Why is this a cause the legal profession should embrace? I offer two overarching reasons. First, lawyers and bar associations should defend court integrity. Prior to passage of the right to counsel law, we saw the court and a high-stakes legal process being used to the consistent disadvantage of unrepresented litigants. That is, high numbers of eviction filings and unacceptably high numbers of default judgments against largely unrepresented litigants of color living in rent-regulated housing in New York City. Proceedings, if they happened at all, were conducted too often, too quickly. Second, if a majority of litigants facing a severe consequence, such as eviction, are without counsel, then that imbalance must be addressed, and not just as a matter of fairness, but also as a matter of effective and efficient judicial administration. A court should be a forum which permits all parties to be heard, all issues to be fully litigated, and attorneys are the ones who facilitate this process and aid the court. How do we encourage bar associations and the legal profession to play a role in helping to expand right to counsel nationwide? First, we need to talk about this issue holistically so a broader audience can support it. Providing right to counsel in cases where the loss of one's home is at stake has the potential, if done right, to preserve low-income housing, assist the court, stabilize and stem the displacement of individuals and families, promote stability in the households of thousands of children, and reduce the incidence of homelessness and its concomitant human and governmental costs. Second, we should advocate for increased funding for the Legal Services Corporation. Third, we need to explore the creation of a federal funding stream that can be used by municipalities that want to create a right to counsel law. Fourth, bar associations need to collaborate and work together with many other stakeholders. The state court system, community-based organizations, legal services organizations, and the private bar, especially through their pro bono programs. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm now going to yield to Mr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Sheila. I began my legal career as a legal services attorney representing tenants in Brooklyn Housing Court, where I gained firsthand knowledge of the enormous difference it would make to a disadvantaged person of color to be represented by counsel in what was then and continues to be a very challenging legal environment. For all of the reasons that Sheila discussed, the City Bar Association has supported first the passage of the right to counsel law and then its successful implementation. Shortly after the right to counsel law was enacted, the City Bar Association established its task force on the civil right to counsel. The task force had been pre-pandemic, meeting in person and post-pandemic remotely with all interested stakeholders in the implementation of the right to counsel law. And that includes housing court judges, housing court administrators, government officials responsible for implementation of the right to counsel law, the legal services providers charged with providing assistance to these tenants, and community organizers and tenant advocates who in many ways serve to make sure that all of this is working on behalf of the tenants that they work with. Pre-pandemic, the task force was focusing on how to both monitor and support the successful phased-in implementation of the right to counsel law. It was supposed to happen over a 5-year period, but then the pandemic changed everything. As horribly as the pandemic has impacted communities of color in New York City, the one place where it actually has helped has been in housing court proceedings. Now, persons who are unrepresented in their first remote appearance before the court are presented to a potential legal services provider who can represent them. And this happens at the outset of the proceeding. As a result, more and more tenants are accepting this legal service representation and are, as Sheila indicated, successfully being able to stay in their homes. Also, because of the remote nature of proceedings, housing court judges now have structured time where they actually hear the parties as they are presenting, and they can deal with the issues one by one. The task force on the right to counsel and the city bar now see as their most immediate and important goal the need to ensure that these very important procedural changes stay in place once the court system does start hearing cases in person again. We must ensure that the proceedings are conducted through represented parties and before judges, as opposed to fraught negotiations and overcrowded hallways where only one party was represented. I see that my time is about up. I'll be happy to answer further questions. But the other issue that we must work on is to ensure that the monies that are now being made available through government to support both tenants and landlords are used in ways that ensure that repairs are made in the apartments where these tenants live, and that the tenants are not subject to eviction proceedings when the landlord, in fact, is paid. And the only way this is going to happen is if we continue to work with that same broad coalition to ensure these rights for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the New York City Bar. At this time, I'll call on Tim Thomas. If you'll unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this honor to present before the committee, Chair Hamill and the committee. My name is Tim Thomas, and I am the Research Director for the University of California at Berkeley's Urban Displacement Project. We study the dynamics related to urban displacement, gentrification, eviction, and policies that help curb displacement. I am a demographer by training and a data scientist, specializing in using advanced statistical tools to find unobserved populations so we can understand who's being evicted and where. This includes mining court records, text, using computational language processing, racial estimations of those facing eviction, and understanding the variables and dynamics that predict evictions. I've studied evictions closely for the past 7 years, including my dissertation and several academic publications. And today I'd like to talk a little bit about the research that we have done and some of our results. And I have a few slides, I believe, to help with the presentation. So next slide, please. To understand who gets evicted, we need to first see how evictions are related to the relationship of income and residential mobility. This graph here shows basically theoretically on the x-axis economic status, where on the left-hand side we have low income and on the right-hand side we have high income. And on the y-axis, the up and down bar, the little U-shaped bar, shows the levels of residential mobility. On the right-hand side, we see that folks with higher income usually are unforced to move. They tend to move to locations where they could find better jobs, have good networks, greater opportunities, move to better neighborhoods, better schools, different dynamics like that. Middle income folks in the middle tend to not move so much, but that stability in housing actually improves their outcomes in their generational life. On the left-hand side, we see folks that are lower income but are forced to move. This is folks that are impacted by markets such through gentrification and rents rising, the inability to pay for rent. And on the far left-hand side, we have folks that are facing eviction. We know a lot about the folks on the right-hand side, the immobile and the unforced to move higher income folks, but we know very little about those in that first quadrant. Next slide, please. Research has shown that there are several dynamics related to the prediction of eviction. So at the individual level at the bottom, evictions center around a triangle of increasing rent, competing with inadequate welfare, and also housing cost burden, the cost of paying rent or paying for medical supplies or foods. On the top part is the umbrella of ecological variables that impact evictions as well, including markets and economics, residential segregation, and neighborhood change. Next slide, please. In our research, we've looked at various sites and examined the racial disparity of those facing eviction. In one study that I did in 2013 in King County, Washington, we found that women were being evicted about 2% more than men, which isn't that much, but however, the racial disparity of evictions was much higher, where black-headed households were being evicted 4 times more than white-headed households, and Latinx households were being evicted about 40% higher than whites. When we look at sex and race, black females were being evicted 7 times higher than white females. That's 600% more than white women were being evicted. Black males were being evicted 5.4 times higher than white males. Next slide, please. When we look at the county population, looking at the whole demographics of an area in Pierce County over 5 years, we found that there was a huge disparity in who was being evicted within the county. On the far right-hand side is Pierce County, with the tallest bar being the black population, where basically we found that 1 in 6 black adults were being evicted over 5 years. That was 18% of the entire black population had been evicted. In King County, it was 9.6%, which is about 1 in 11 black adults. What's alarming about this figure and in this location is that the black population only consists of about 9% of the entire population. However, they are represented way more and just under the number of whites, but their population was facing eviction a lot more than anyone else. Next slide, please. I am excited to present some work that we're about to release on Monday, on June 28th. Over the past year, we've been working on a project called the Housing Precarity Risk Model. This is in response to COVID-19, and precarity is defined as the resilience a household has to economic shocks such as the pandemic. Basically, what we did is we did an analysis across the entire nation and looked at pre-pandemic eviction risk at the neighborhood level and pre-pandemic displacement risk, and interacted that with the 2020 unemployment and change in unemployment over time. What this did is it allowed us to create a score for every neighborhood on how precarious these neighborhoods are based on the relationship of these 3 different variables. You can go to the urbandisplacement.org to see our study on Monday when it is released. But I wanted to provide you with an early glimpse at this, and this is the city of New York and Newark. As you can see, those areas that are highlighted in red, the deeper the red, the more precarious those neighborhoods are. And in fact, a large majority of these precarious neighborhoods fall within racially segregated spaces, as well as spaces that have been facing gentrification, or even spaces where black households have been displaced too because of gentrification. Next slide, please. In our research, we found in 53 metros, we found that 1/3 of all households live in moderate to highly vulnerable metropolitan neighborhoods. That means 1 in 3 households likely could face displacement or eviction after the pandemic. Next slide, please. We found that in those 53 metros, after the pandemic, 44% of all renters live in moderate to highly vulnerable metropolitan neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The huge disparity happens when we look at the black households, that 67% of all black renter households live in moderately to highly vulnerable metropolitan neighborhoods where they are at risk of eviction or displacement. Next slide, please. And when we just look at eviction risk, we're not even looking at displacement, but 73% of all black-headed renter households live in moderate to high eviction risk metropolitan neighborhoods. As the scholar Matt Desmond said, what incarceration is for black men, evictions are for black women, because largely a lot of these households are led by black women, and there's a huge disparity on the resources available to them. Next slide, please. This is highly tied to the legacies of housing policies that have led to the homeownership gap that we know from the early mid 1900s. Next slide, please. Which also produced the incredible wealth gap that we have. This is an old slide, and I'm sure this gap would be much higher with newer data. Next slide, please. We've analyzed 53 metros, and this shows the top 53 areas with the highest eviction risk cities. As you can see, Memphis is number 1, Virginia Beach is number 2, New Orleans number 3, Las Vegas number 4, number 5 was Atlanta. So you can see 4 out of 5 of those are highly segregated cities, such as Memphis, Virginia Beach, New Orleans, and Atlanta. As we go down the line, race is highly related to evictions. And in all the research that we see, it is always the number one variable that predicts evictions. We also control for hundreds of variables that are related to evictions, but every single time, statistically, the models point out that percent Black is the highest predictive variable for evictions. This in itself shows that evictions are a civil rights issue. If we do not handle the eviction crisis, then we will have naturally entered into something that looks akin to apartheid. So we are required to understand what are the policies to help mitigate this. And I'd be happy to answer any questions during the Q&A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And our last panelist on this panel, Adem, Bunkeddeko, if I pronounced that right. I apologize if I didn't.
It's okay. It took me a while to learn how to say it too. So thank you, Chair Hamill, and the committee for welcoming me to speak on this topic. I'm Adem Bunkeddeko. I'm the Executive Director of the Coro New York Leadership Center, which is a public service program geared toward giving folks from all backgrounds the toolkit to tackle some of the issues across our city, in particular issues like evictions and tenant protections. And so I want to thank you all again for welcoming me. I think I can speak to some of the challenges that, at least on the ground, that are facing folks in communities hardest hit by these issues. As someone who is a former organizer around tenants and a member of a community board, I think the challenges we've seen around evictions, particularly in the hardest hit communities in our city, particularly Black and brown communities, have often played out in ways that have exacerbated social, political, and economic tensions within our community. In large part, I think the community board in which I served on was an epicenter. The neighborhoods that were covered in central Brooklyn are some of the highest and hardest hit by evictions in the city, and in particular in Brooklyn. And so from the perspective of seeing it on both as a member of the community, but also as someone who has tried to organize around tenant advocacy, these are issues that have created a series of dynamics within our community that have exacerbated some social tensions between folks who are coming in, outsiders, or folks being perceived as gentrifiers, and longtime and existing residents, many of whom are being pushed out or feel like they're being pushed out. And so the remedies to this are going to be many-fold. It is not only tackling it from housing policy, but also questions around sort of the social safety net on the whole. And so my hope is to provide that perspective and illuminate those viewpoints during the Q&A portion of this gathering. And I look forward to hopefully being active and engaging participant in this.
Okay, thank you so much. We're now moving into the Q&A. We've got 30 minutes for Q&A, and we have, I believe, 12 of the 14 members on. I will ask the members to try to limit it really to one question and not complicated 2 or 3-part questions so that we can have as many of our colleagues ask questions as possible. Let me start with you, Athena. Do you have a question?
Yes. I guess my question is something I kind of keep coming back to, and that is, what is the role that segregation plays in all of this? Are we seeing, it sounds like we're seeing more evictions in areas where Black and brown people are concentrated. And that, of course, we know is a result of kind of a history of kind of repression and policies and that sort of stuff. But I guess I'm trying to figure out where it fits, you know, kind of in the overall picture of evictions. And so if any of you might be able to speak to that, I would really appreciate it. I guess my question is probably primarily directed to Mr. Thomas, but anyone who would like to speak on that, I'd be interested in hearing your views. Thank you.
Okay, I see Roger Maldonado had his hand raised first. So Roger, we'll go to you, and then I see Tim Thomas has his hand raised as well.
Commissioner, based on my experience and based on the experience of other city bar members, there are sort of 2 targets of eviction proceedings, again, pre-pandemic. Those in poorer communities, many of whom are in the Bronx and parts of Manhattan, where there are large buildings subject to rent regulation and where there are, as Adem indicated, persons coming into the communities. And so you have both non-payment proceedings brought in disproportionate numbers against those communities and holdover proceedings that have nothing to do with what the tenant has done or not done, but rather really are a means by which landlords can look to have a rent-regulated apartment made available to someone who can come in and pay more rent.
Okay, thank you. And Tim Thomas?
Yes, I think honestly your question is probably one of the most important questions about why evictions persist. I mean, it happens to every group. However, it particularly happens to African Americans more because of the legacies of housing policy since post-antebellum slavery. In 1930s, the Federal Housing Act enacted the FHA loan, which basically restricted access to loans at the cost, mortgages that costed less than rent. That was basically, I think, the time when America could have created equity amongst different groups because it started the process of the growth of the middle class. From that point on, there was a separation because of equity accrued through homeownership and segregation that happened in urban cores. Black households and brown households, when they started to immigrate into the United States in the mid-1900s, were limited in the places they could live because of redlining, because of restrictive housing covenants, because of bankers denying loans to Black and brown households to help them improve their own community. The Tulsa bombing in the early 1920s is an example of racial discrimination and oppression of Black equity trying to grow at a rate that was at or higher than white equity. So through time, as we go through, even during the civil rights process, we are basically seeing people protesting the same issues that were brought up in the 1960s: too high rent, segregation, discrimination, eviction, all these other dynamics. So what happened during that period of time from the 70s to the 90s, there was this era of trying to relegate households into specific spaces. And then from the 1990s through the 2000s, we had this era of urban displacement. We relegated Black households into the urban core, and then urban gentrification started to occur, which displaced Black and brown households out into the suburbs, where areas are starting to fall apart. And what's interesting is that in all our research, we find that evictions happen either in segregated spaces, for the majority, either in segregated spaces or mostly in areas where Black households have been displaced to. In other words, their destinations. And we find that low rent is highly correlated with evictions. This means the cheapest rent in an area is related to that. We also see that dilapidated buildings are highly related to it. Areas that don't see a lot of improvement, lowest education, all these other variables are related to evictions. And those are the issues that have been pushed on Black neighborhoods for a long time, including, over-policing of certain spaces, lack of access to good employment and education. All these issues have been, as the book, The Color of Law, pointed out, it's not de facto, but de jure segregation that evictions tends to follow with that dynamic of concentrated poverty that was pushed on segregated spaces. So by and large, it's the legacies of policies that the United States put on Black households that has led them to face the highest rates of eviction within their own population.
Thank you. Adem, I can see your hand is raised. Would you wish to make a comment?
Yes, just wanted to touch on Tim's point is I think idiosyncratic to New York City in particular is zoning. For us, that has further exacerbated some of these challenges in a way that I think really building on that historical legacy, pointing out in terms of the post-Second World War, zoning in our city in particular is just really tough around particularly communities that have this sort of not building in my particular block, or we can build affordable housing somewhere else rather than where I live, or where communities have access to better social and public goods, for instance, education, transit, and the like. And so, and to Tim's point, that particular thread line in New York City, you see it quite often in terms of the ability to have zoning in which folks can either build the kind of housing that allows for us to sort of decrease the pressure on evictions rather than exacerbate it. So I just wanted to kind of put that there because it is a sort of New York City centric view, a New York City centric issue that is directly linked to the issues that Tim brought up historically.
Thank you so much. So Iris, you're next. Do you have a question?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So Tim actually started addressing a question that I was going to start with, so I'm going to alter it based on what, Tim, you've already shared. Up until now, we've heard from a number of panelists, and what has seemed to most often happen is a conflation. We'll hear Black and Brown, Black and Latinx, and then far behind would be Asian American, Asian. Curious, and Tim, you touched on why some of the delta, like I think you highlighted more than we've heard before, a massive gap between Black and Latinx. Would love to hear from you and from others, how, if we were to really parcel out, right, each group, not to overly generalize, would love to really get a distillation of like, okay, and I feel like, Tim, you provided a whole lot, again, of context for the Black experience. At times, you also wrote in Latinx. And so wondering how you are thinking about what are the shared topics that Tim hasn't or others haven't already addressed, or the shared causes, and then to what extent are they distinct from each other? And then the Asian American, I was really curious to see that the issues there are very close to white. So wondering if that's an averaging issue and there are pockets of the Asian American community for which that is not true. And again, maybe start with, well, anybody, but maybe.
Well, let me see. Yeah, let me see
sorry.
who would like to answer the question, or if there's many of you, just raise your hand, please, so I can call on you according to you raising your hand. Tim?
Arias, that's a really good question. And, racial analysis on evictions has kind of just started, and so we haven't dug too deep on it. but I, did my dissertation in the Pacific Northwest, where Asian Americans are the second largest population there. And something that I've observed over the years is, and related to my prior comments, is the allowance of, in the past, there was massive discrimination of Asian Americans, especially after World War II, with after Pearl Harbor internment camps, which created a lot of the international districts that we see, especially on the West Coast and even, across the United States. But one thing that was interesting during the mid-1900s was Asian Americans, while they faced a lot of discrimination, they were able to kind of band together and garner support within their own community. And you don't see, the different dynamics that Black and Brown communities see, which is, again, going back to, access to loans to improve their own neighborhoods. Asian communities actually had houses established in different parts of the community that if there was an issue, they could go to this committee basically and sort out situations within their own community. So basically they were just left a little bit alone to deal with things. And I believe that helped build support within the community. And we also see a pretty low rate with Latinx households. And honestly, if I'm to hypothesize, I think it's a similar effect where there's some sort of support built within the community. Now, the Black community definitely has support within that, but there are exogenous or external forces that have disrupted that that kind of support, including, the war on drugs, highly targeted Black communities, over policing in different areas, the direct discrimination of access to loans, access to equity, is a huge factor in this. And when I think about what is it that made white segregated neighborhoods so successful, is the fact that a lot of the money just went to them. They were allowed to, do what they wanted to with the neighborhoods and things like that. Not every group had that opportunity over time. And so that's kind of an educated assessment of what's going on in those spaces. And we hope to explore that further in there.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised, I'll go to the next committee member. Jamil, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the panelists. My question is maybe general, but it starts with Tim, because your comments struck with me as pretty powerful and a wake-up call, where you said, if we don't address the eviction crisis, we would be facing a situation of akin to apartheid. And I'd like to give you a chance to elaborate more, because and you said that this is a very serious, it is a civil rights issue or crisis. I would even say that it is a human rights crisis. In fact, as a country and as a state, we do have international human rights obligations. And under Article 3 of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, state parties, including the United States, which we ratified the treaty in 1994, has to condemn racial segregation and apartheid and undertake to prevent.
Janelle, I apologize for interrupting you, but do you have a question? This is really
yes. Let me just.
You can pose that as a question. Thank you.
Yes, I am just about to do that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is that what is it that we can do to address this crisis, not to exacerbate the situation, to exacerbate the racial segregation in particular? What is the particular recommendations that you may have for us that we can address to the state and federal level authorities, that we can address this human and civil rights crisis? Thank you.
So Tim, and then Roger.
Thank you for that question. In the 1990s, one of the most famous sociology books that was written was called The American Apartheid, that basically talked about one of the most in-depth relationships of segregation to concentrated poverty. poverty is highly related to evictions, and I would consider evictions almost like a new apartheid, similar to that book. And I think that there has been a lot of partisan discussions on how to address the issue of poverty in Black communities. And I think that we need to first observe the data, understand that where the evictions are happening in these spaces. So that's the first part. And then there's a long list of policies that would quickly help with remedying evictions that could be used for all groups. That includes, like Attorney Boston had said, legal representation, just cause, rental assistance, and even getting rid of single family zoning to improve the location where people can move to. In reality, there are while we don't enforce segregation anymore, economically, there are very few places that poor households can move to in a city because most of the city has become so exclusive due to displacement. So if they can't move anywhere and they're threatened with eviction and even slow minor rises in rental costs are leading to eviction. But in cities like New York and Boston, Baltimore, all across the United States, segregated Black neighborhoods see also a lot of racial discrimination in housing too. So directly addressing that is paramount to that. And I honestly think that, the rental assistance piece is huge. And I know the conversation of reparations has come up several times, but I think that we need to seriously consider how that might look in trying to rectify the consequences of segregation leading to the high rate of eviction. I would love to hear from the other panelists too, because I think that their experience and what they have to say may speak to this even more than I can.
I see Roger's hand is raised and then Adam. So let's go to you next, Roger.
Sure. I'd like to follow up on what Tim just said with respect to rental assistance. I would urge the committee to urge the federal government to coordinate with state and local authorities to come up with programs that provide rental assistance in what are known as diversion programs. In other words, don't have whether or not the tenant and the building in which the tenant resides will receive these subsidies take place within the context of an eviction proceeding. Instead, there should be proceedings that occur where the tenants are represented by counsel, but in the context of bringing the landlord and the tenant together with the court administration and with the government to make sure that the landlords are given monies necessary to maintain the premises, and that as a result of that, the tenants can stay in livable conditions in buildings where they are not going to be subject to eviction proceedings. And so you need, four parties. You need the landlord, the tenant, the local court system, and the governments. All of them have to work together to ensure that the result is these families, many of whom, as Tim indicated, are persons of color living in very marginal housing, can at the very least stay secure in their homes.
Thank you. Adam?
Yeah, just to touch on, I think, Roger and Tim's point, I would urge the committee to really consider not only rental assistance, but to really try to urge the federal government to tackle this sort of structural problem in which many folks who are being evicted, who are being displaced, particularly in communities of color in places like Brooklyn, there is an issue around ownership and housing and equity. And that the fact that most of the folks who are tenants or renting in communities don't often own the communities that they live in. And that, I think, has created, back touching on Tim's point to the historical legacy, that has created a variety, a cascading series of issues, both economically, socially, but also politically and morally as a country. How do we sort of justify the fact that we, blocked out a generation of folks of color from being able to participate in generating the kind of wealth that would have put them on par with their white counterparts? And so that, I think, if we're not actually going to try to tackle that, the point that Tim was talking about in terms of apartheid, we are bound to go there or to be destined to go there.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next committee member. Don Durham, do you have a question?
Yes, Dr. Thomas, I note in your first slide, you correlate income level with housing security, and that poorer people are more likely to be involuntarily mobile, which I guess is a term for being displaced or evicted. In subsequent slides, you correlate this with race. Do you have any statistics that would show that Black people of a certain modest or poor income level are being treated more harshly in terms of housing than other racial groups of the same income level?
Sorry, I see Tim Thomas has his hand up. You can answer the question posed for you.
Yeah, there are definitely, economics plays a big role in it, but you cannot untie economics and race because of the history. There was a book called Divergent Social Worlds, where two professors from Northwestern and Chicago, where the Chicago School of Sociology was developed, basically wanted to compare how do wealthy or well-off white neighborhoods compare to well-off Black neighborhoods and poor white neighborhoods versus poor Black neighborhoods. When they started the study, they were unable to do that comparison because there weren't enough well-off Black neighborhoods. There are definitely examples of that in certain neighborhoods. However, the extreme level at which white neighborhoods tend to be more well-off, it shows the massive disparity, particularly in that slide of the wealth gap that's going on. In areas that we have looked at, moderate income Black households, there's still evictions surrounding those spaces. And it's definitely related to issues of income and disparities and poverty, but it's not a issue of you're poor because you are Black. It is partly what Adem was speaking to, was the structural issues that related to forcing Black households into poor circumstances. So it's kind of a way to understand the narrative. We can't really observe that because it doesn't necessarily exist very well in a lot of spaces. So that's, it's kind of a half answer of sorts, but I hope that helps explain it a little. I'd be more than happy to talk more about that dynamic too, if allowed.
Okay, so we'll go to our next committee member. I do want the panelists to know that you're all welcome to submit written testimony, additional testimony. So if questions have been asked that you haven't been able to finish an answer, or you want to be able to elaborate, you can do that in writing. Tiffany, do you have a question? Let's see, Tiffany, can you unmute yourself? So I see Tiffany is still muted. Okay, I think she's just unmuted. Do you have a question, Tiffany? I'm not able to hear her. She may be having some tech problems. Let me go to the next committee member. Matt Clodney, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I'd like to piggyback off some of the questions we just had related to the historical context of all of this. It seems like we can't really divorce the past of redlining and Jim Crow with what we see today, which you kind of alluded to, Tim. And I'm just curious, we've said a few things about sort of changing structural causes and improving, like changing the rate of renting to owning and things like reparations. And I would just like to hear a little bit more from everyone who spoke to us about really specifically talking about addressing more of these structural historical causes and thinking big about what that might actually look like, rather than, you know, I think reparations means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I'm just curious if anyone could speak to what that might look like to address these more historical causes that lead to what we see today.
Okay, let me see if there's any panelists that would like to answer that. If you raise your hand in the participant list. I see Roger Maldonado first and then Adem. Roger?
Briefly, I would recommend that the committee support what's known as the civil Gideon, that there be right to counsel for all persons in any proceeding where a basic human need is at stake, be it shelter, maintenance, employment, so that you thereby protect those communities, again, you know, the communities of color being those who are most marginalized, from what we know are going to be continued pressures from the legal system. Absent counsel, they are unlikely to be able to preserve both their rights and their quality of life. They will continue to be at risk. And we believe that civil Gideon is the best way to, one enormously important way to ensure those rights.
Okay, thank you. Adem?
I think one thing that I would urge the committee to really push for in terms of just a public policy front, at least to address some of the issues around, structurally speaking, around evictions, is the federal government used to build public housing in this country and no longer does that. Much of the public housing that you see across the United States has been falling apart. There are long waiting lists for NYCHA. NYCHA's waiting list, New York City's housing authority's waiting list is it's 6 figures. And so when we talk about sort of the things that sort of exacerbate the challenge around evictions is the just sheer lack of housing stock in cities, in particular in metro areas. But here I can speak to the fact that Brooklyn, we are just in a housing crunch in terms of finding the amount of stock that will enable folks to continue to call Brooklyn home and have it be communities that are Black and brown. So on a public policy front, that would be one idea that I think we should try to push toward.
Okay, and I see Sheila, your hand is raised. Okay, Sheila, did you wish to answer? If so, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to dovetail with what Roger was saying. And again, I cannot stress enough, at least as a baseline, starting with this idea of having right to counsel and funding that. We will submit additional information for you, but let me just give you at least 2 statistics. I mean, for those New Yorkers represented by an OCJ-funded attorney in the fiscal year of 2020, 86% were able to remain in their homes. That's pretty astounding. And then if we look at evictions in New York City, they've actually dropped by nearly 41% since 2013. Now that goes beyond, 2017 when the law came was enacted. But the point being that at least having that right to counsel makes such a fundamental difference. I said it earlier, it's game changing. And we have the statistics to back it up. So again, I just had to submit that's such a very important legislation that we really should consider, and it would be nice if we could get it nationwide. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running out of time, but my colleague Tiffany Graham was trying to ask a question and she's having some tech problems. So I'm going to actually ask it and if we don't, maybe one of you could try to answer it. If we need to, you could submit written testimony. It's a 2-part question, it looks like. One, do any of you have research that ties together racial disparities in eviction with known patterns of bad behavior by landlords? Do you have evidence of specific patterns of wrongdoing that would highlight the disparate treatment of white renters as opposed to Black renters? And can anyone answer that question? I'll give you 2 minutes and we'll start the other panel just a few minutes late. I see they're all here and I would assume listening as well. Anybody wish to answer that question? Tim? You'll have the final say on this panel today. Thank you.
I'm not comfortable with that, but that's okay. There is a lot of research that looks at landlord behavior. There's what it's shown is that there's exceptional higher rates of mistreatment with Black tenants over white tenants. However, especially in areas where there's a high white population, such as at Washington State or other spaces, whites are evicted more in count, but they only represent about 6% of the white population. Whereas, as I showed earlier in the slide, Black population, the 18% of their population was evicted. And a lot of things happen along the lines for seniors that are white that face eviction, as well as people complaining about mold or some other condition inside their home that leads to being forced out or locked out, and denial to access to even pay rent. There's a lot of maltreatment and behavior that is highly suspect and should be also looked at in addition to the racial disparity that we see that the data just shows altogether.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm sorry we didn't get to all of our colleagues. I'll do my best to get around to the rest of you for the second panel. I want to thank this very distinguished panel for presenting to us. I know we had very limited time. I will encourage you to follow up with some written testimony given all the questions that have been asked. And if you wish to leave at the end of this session, you're welcome to do so. We have another distinguished panel that is starting right now. We have everybody available to go. So we're going to launch right into the second panel. Thank you again to all of you. We're now going to begin our second panel. As a reminder, all remarks are recorded for the public record based upon information collected through testimony. Our committee will draft a report that will include findings and recommendations that will be shared with the Commission on Civil Rights, and the Commission will then forward those recommendations to the appropriate federal and state entities. In order to ensure that all aspects of the issues are represented, knowledgeable persons with a wide variety of experience and viewpoints have been invited to share information with us. Though some of the statements made today may be controversial, we want to ensure that all invited guests do not defame or degrade any person or any organization. And as the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. Please also know we have interpreters who are providing interpretation in Mandarin, Spanish, and we also have closed caption. I would like to ask all persons to speak slowly so our interpreters can accurately capture remarks for anyone who's listening on our language access lines. Finally, the rules for the committee Q&A portion of the panel discussions is that this is reserved only for committee members. The committee may ask questions of the entire panel or individual members after all panelists have had the opportunity to provide their prepared statement. I would ask my colleagues to try to limit their own personal comments in making the question, although that's often the obvious to give a preface to the question. We will have time later today to start sharing our comments and our thoughts on what we're hearing and what we think about these issues, and we'll certainly have plenty of time at that time to do so. Committee members must be recognized by the chair before asking any question of the participants. In addition, because of the large numbers, each of us will be limited to one question, and we'll probably only be able to get through half of the committee members, those that weren't able to ask in the first panel. So at this time, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, and that's Assembly Member Harvey Epstein, or Epstein. You'll correct me as to how to pronounce it. Thank you.
And excuse me, Brian, I actually want to do a quick check with my colleagues who might be here. So Victoria, I'm going to pass the slideshow to you, And if you can please advance the slides and take us to Harvey Epstein's slide, that would be very helpful. And we will resume in just one moment.
Sure, working on it at the moment.
Great, thank you, Victoria. All right, and Victoria, is it showing now for Assemblymember Epstein?
Not just yet, just one moment.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. It can take us a moment to reload the slide deck when it freezes.
That's fine. And we can, since we'll have a 15-minute break afterwards, I assume we can go 5 minutes into the break. We need to.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you, Victoria.
Okay, Assemblymember Epstein, if you can unmute yourself so we can hear your presentation now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate the effort you're all putting into this really critical conversation. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. And so maybe we could, my name is Harvey Epstein. I'm the Assembly member in the 74th Assembly District, which represents the east side of Manhattan from the Delancey-Williamsburg Bridge north to north of the United Nations. And so it encompasses a lot of east side communities. Maybe we can go to the first slide and the PowerPoint. And so this conversation is around racial discrimination and things that we've experienced in New York State and New York City, and you know, and I know Councilmember Levine is on this as well. Mark will talk about a lot of the amazing work they're doing on the city level, but we really wanted to frame it and understand what the backdrop. You know, so as we all know, through the pandemic, that the crisis of renters has been exacerbated. You know, in New York State, 1.3 million tenants are behind on their rent, which is billions of dollars. Across the country, this, you know, is manifold. It's, you know, about $21 billion is owed across renters in New York State, and with the impact that it has is astronomical. The stress that it causes on renters, with the increasing income to rent perspective is huge. And unfortunately, the race and racism that exists in our society and systemic issues play out in the real estate market as well. The Black and Latino tenants or people are twice as likely to than their white counterparts to be renters, and also more likely to have vulnerable jobs that were at risk or furloughed during the pandemic. And data continues to show that there are long-term financial consequences to this pandemic, and you'll see those outcomes much more difficult in renters than you will see with homeowners. That includes whether it's credits being damaged, evictions, there's a moratorium. The president just extended the moratorium, and the moratorium in New York State is not expired. We see that, that impact that it has in lower income communities and for renters. We've seen death rates obviously happen in the lower income communities and the impact of COVID, especially with our essential workers. So, it's a pandemic on top of an existing pandemic that we see play out in this country. We can go to the next slide. And so, so how does that play? How does that impact everyone? Obviously, larger property owners are better equipped to deal with a tenant who can't pay their rent. In a state like New York, like we said, we put billions of dollars aside, and other states have gotten federal dollars. But if a small property owner can't pay their mortgage or utilities, that's an issue. We see that Black and Latino homeowners are more likely to have small properties who are tenants who are not paying their rent than larger landlords. So, again, this leveling of pandemic problems in low-income communities and communities of color a problem. In New York State, we're trying to push forward on what's called an accessory dwelling unit legislation, which allows the legalization of basement or cellar apartments or second floor apartments, zoning and land use restrictions that prohibit that. So that plays not just out in suburban but in urban environments, but we see that manifest worse in suburban areas, especially in communities where there's this historic discrimination or racial covenants that we saw in our Levitt home ownership agreements up until 1948. Those zoning limitations and single family limitations really, continue to focus on an income population, doesn't allow renters in, and doesn't assist homeowners who might need that rental property. So those racial exclusive covenants, even though they're not legal anymore, continue to play out in suburban more than urban areas across our country and across the state of New York. Go to the next slide. So we've seen an increase in money invested into real estate markets through private equity sources. So which, bank financing was a stronger source of lending, for the first part of all the 20th century. Then the 21st century, we've seen the private equity market really deepen the housing crisis, both on the multifamily homes as well as 1 or 2 family homes. So, part of the 2008 over leveraging problem was one, lending to people who probably shouldn't be lent to, but also this kind of over leverage issue that we see in a city like New York City, where these private equity companies are over leveraging properties and then trying to, increase the rent roll and, do horrible things to evict some of the lower rent tenants. And so we've seen this as a problematic. We're seeing more and more properties going into fewer and fewer landlords, and those large private equity companies taking control of the real estate market, and that puts smaller property owners at further risk than the larger corporate landlords. And so, well, how does that play out? Because if you look at in our real estate market like New York, which sometimes is overheated, and still lots of places in New York it's overheated. If I want to go buy a house, let's say in Queens for $800,000, and I need to go to get bank financing versus a private equity company who's coming in with quote cash on hand because they have private equity money, it really creates a disadvantage to individuals who have to get bank financing and then have to pay mortgage recording fees, where mezzanine debt and this private equity money is in a much better financial position. So it's preferred financing and gets really preferred treatment. You can go to the next slide. So I think so there is this play that we've seen, and with this mezzanine debt financing, is because it's a profit only motivation versus people who live in homes who care about community. We've seen a real problem that this private equity financing really continues to deterioration, especially in low and moderate income communities in New York, where when the private equity is coming in and buying property, it's not that they care about that property or the home or the community, where a local property owner would. They aren't engaging in it; they're just using it as an investment tool, and their goal is to make money. And so we've seen, as we shift towards more of this private equity financing, which could be local money, national money, international money, pension money, that we've seen that they are really changing the conversation. So we've seen eviction rates go higher with these private equity financiers, large corporate landlords, versus a small property owner will be able to work out with the tenant and negotiate, especially in times of pandemic when there's less income coming into a household. We see that really play out in a much more difficult situation. Next slide. So we'll go through this quickly. We've seen both on the federal and state eviction moratoriums and the role that the Biden administration has extended the moratorium. There's been some court cases around it, but I think the real issue is what are we, how are we getting money in people's hands while the moratoriums are still in effect, and what the role government will have to ensure that property owners and the residents that live in those properties continue to be able to not lose their homes. You know, the data is out there around, you know, when the family gets evicted and the kids have to change schools, kids all automatically fall 6 months behind on their education. So there's so many consequences. People lose their jobs, people lose their children, they fall behind in education. By losing them, they may go into care. So all these things revolve around maintaining housing and housing stability. Next slide. Some of the things that we're doing in New York, it's in New York State, the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act of 2019. So we prevented properties coming out of rent regulation. New York's got a robust rent regulatory system with about 1 million apartments. So we were able to kind of extend the protections and close a lot of loopholes that landlords had to try to move properties out of affordability. Obviously, Mark will talk more about the right to counsel bill, which we heard earlier, and the amazing work we've had to see reductions in evictions in New York City. The funding support for our small businesses, which also helps small property owners and small landlord funds, as we wane at the end of the pandemic, hopefully, and abilities for them to get financing. There's additional foundation and bank support for some moderate income communities. And then there's, like I mentioned, the eviction moratorium is available till the end of August, as long as people fill out the hardship declaration. But there's risk post-August, and what support that families, households, and small property owners will need before that. And the next slide.
Okay, and I'd ask you to try to wrap it up, Assemblymember.
Yep, sorry. I'll just finish up. And the services that are available, people can know there's resources and legal services that are available that people need support. And if I think there's one more slide, I'll finish up. And so some of the additional resources people can, get these access to this legislation that we're pending around equaling relationships between preferred equity and other mezzanine debt, tenants vouchers. There's legislation that we've worked on and on the city and state level that would be really helpful as we move this forward. And I probably could leave it there. If people want to follow up with me there, there's contact information, and I'm happy to take questions at the end.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll have some questions, and there could be follow-up written questions that you can respond to the committee as well. So I'll call on City Council Member Mark Levine now.
Thank you so much. And it's great to follow Assemblymember Epstein, who is himself an attorney. Don't know if you mentioned that, and has been an incredible advocate for tenants in the Assembly. And I'm really grateful that the Commission is focusing on eviction with a civil rights perspective. There is no doubt that evictions disproportionately impact people of color in New York City, and I'll talk more about that. For decades, New York City has seen tens of thousands of evictions a year, often 20 to 25,000 evictions per year, disproportionately in communities of color, and often replacing Black and brown tenants with tenants who are more likely to be white and upper income, driving gentrification, driving neighborhood change. There is just no doubt of the disparate racial impact of evictions in New York City. And let's just not let's not forget that other than a medical emergency, an eviction is about the worst thing that a family can go through. It has contributed to the homeless crisis in New York City, where the single most frequently cited reason for homelessness among families who enter our homeless shelter system is in fact eviction. And so there is a direct connection to what is still a painfully large homeless crisis in New York City. And so there has been a movement for decades that many of you have been part of to create a civil right to counsel in civil arenas more broadly, and specifically in housing court. And I'm so thrilled that when I was elected to the city council in 2014, I joined this fight legislatively here in our city. And we actually began a process of seeking to pass legislation to establish the right to counsel immediately. It also began making moves in the budget to allocate more resources to defense of tenants, to representation of tenants in housing court. And so, in fact, the statistic which Ms. Boston cited earlier of a 41% drop in evictions today or pre-pandemic relative to 2013 incorporates several years of increasing allocation of resources to legal aid providers to represent tenants in housing court, and just represents a really remarkable impact on the lives of New Yorkers taken together over those 7 or 8 years. I'm thrilled that in 2017 we did pass legislation making New York City the first place in America with the right to counsel for tenants. And it really has been a game change in court, in housing court. It's really changed the culture of the tenant-landlord relationship in New York City. For years, unscrupulous tenants would use housing court as a weapon because they could count on the fact that less than 5% of tenants would have an attorney, and virtually 99% of landlords historically had an attorney. And so there were many, many eviction cases brought on pretty flimsy grounds. But for low-income tenants, for tenants who might have lack documentation status as immigrants, for people who perhaps have limited English skills or are vulnerable in other ways, it's an incredibly intimidating prospect. And many often took buyouts at paltry sums in order to avoid facing an eviction. This was really part of an established plan by unscrupulous landlords, a plan that we have thankfully disrupted in recent years through the introduction of this law, which, as Ms. Boston says, has a track record of keeping 86% of tenants with representation in their homes. Now, there's so many housing court cases in New York City, pre-pandemic about 200,000, that implementing this law has been a 5-year process, as designed in the original legislation, adding zip code by zip code throughout New York City, prioritizing those zip codes which had the most evictions and are sending the most families to homeless shelters. But you can see the change zip code by zip code. You can see that actually landlords are bringing fewer eviction cases in areas where right to counsel is established, which is just proof of what I'd said before, that many were bringing cases because they counted on the fact that there wouldn't be an attorney on the other side. With the pandemic and the moratorium, and the lifting of the moratorium now on August 31st, as Harvey mentioned, we believe that we could face an avalanche of evictions come September. And it's going to be critical that no tenant face that without the benefit of an attorney. And so we passed a successor law about a month ago that we dubbed Right to Counsel 2.0, which immediately accelerated implementation to activate right to counsel in every zip code. We had about a year and a half or more left, and still prior to us passing that law a month ago, more than half of the zip codes in the city had not yet been covered. We couldn't allow that with the prospect of the post-pandemic eviction avalanche. So we, as of now, as of June 1st, every zip code is now part of the program, preparing us for the August 31st moratorium being lifted. Despite these successes, there is more work to do, and I'll just focus in the remaining time on what more we can do and what you can do as advocates and thought leaders on this. First, eligibility. New York City's law defines eligibility as those who are at 200% of the poverty rate or lower. Now, that does catch about 2/3 of tenants now because, as you would expect, it's mostly low-income people facing evictions, but it does leave people who are vulnerable and really can't afford an attorney out. We do have additional legislation pending that would lift the income cutoff to 400% of poverty, which would cover about 90% of tenants in housing court. But there's some challenges there, which I think having a federal perspective on could help. The providers of legal services in housing court themselves, legal aid nonprofits, have funding streams and donors which require that they serve people at 200% of poverty or lower. And they also have a culture and a mission around serving only those with low incomes. And so there are some challenges with increasing income eligibility that perhaps the federal government could help solve. I'll say as an aside that in practice, the current administration in New York City is securing attorneys for those at higher incomes who can't afford them right now, though that is not guaranteed in law, and it's dependent on essentially on the goodwill of this administration. So we are seeking legislative change on that front as well. Secondly, the broader funding concerns here. Legal aid providers right now in New York City are doing this work at a loss, and it's because of this. These cases are work intensive. They require low caseloads per attorney, and it's difficult for New York City alone to shoulder the funding burden. And so to have national legislation, but also national funding for right to counsel, as there is in the criminal arena, would be really critical. And a final point I'll mention is the problem of awareness of the existence of this right. You know, after I guess almost 6 decades or 5.5 decades since the right to counsel in criminal court was established, it's pretty well understood by the general population. It's in countless episodes of Law and Order, et cetera. But in New York City today, most tenants don't know they have this right. And that makes them vulnerable to landlord harassment because they don't understand that if they stand and fight for their rights as tenants and face an eviction proceeding as retribution, that they would have an attorney defending them. It is really important that we expand understanding of this right to tenants. It would rebalance the power dynamic. And leaders like yourselves, entities like the Commission and the federal government really could help with that. I think having statewide and national laws would do that as well, because it would expand understanding more broadly. But there could also be federal funding for public service announcements and other ways to promote understanding of this. So I do think that even in New York City, where we've made real progress on establishing the right to counsel and slowing the pace of evictions, that we need more help, and that there's undoubtedly a role for the federal government. And I welcome your framing of this as undoubtedly a civil rights issue. And I hope that your work here, the dialogue that you're hosting today, will help make it more likely that we get national action on this critical issue. So I'll wrap it up there and look forward to your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, and last is Daniel Corbett.
Yes, hello. Thank you. My name is Daniel Corbett. I'm the Associate Director of Housing Opportunities Made Equal, or HOME, in Buffalo, New York, which is a civil rights organization that since 1963 has worked to promote the value of diversity and ensure all people have an equal opportunity to live in the housing and communities of their choice. We do this through education, advocacy, the enforcement of fair housing laws, and the creation of housing opportunities. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to discuss these critical issues. Why don't we go to my slides, please? Can go to the next one. So, where you live matters because it determines whether or not you have access to high-performing schools, fresh foods, access to lending institutions, reliable transportation, jobs that pay a living wage, quality health care, green space, and other amenities and services. In fact, it's been said that a person's zip code is a greater determining factor of their health than their DNA. Yet for decades, many neighborhoods, especially urban neighborhoods of color, have been deprived of investments in these and other community assets. Housing discrimination and displacement due to evictions and increasing unaffordability are major drivers of the disparities we see in our communities today. If we go through just a few of these, for instance, access to transportation and infrastructure like highways, train lines, and even bus routes have actually been used to isolate communities of color, cutting them off from access to job centers and other important amenities and services. People of color are less likely than their white counterparts to own a car. Access to reliable transportation that is linked to employment centers is therefore imperative. For instance, in the Buffalo Niagara region, people of color still tend to be the primary users of public transportation, with only 5% of white residents commuting by public transportation. Unfortunately, 58% of our area's jobs cannot be reached reliably by public transportation. If we look at the issue of education, obviously where you live impacts your child's ability to...
Daniel,
yes.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but I'm being told that we need you to speak more loudly for the recording. This is all being recorded. Thank you.
Can you hear me better now?
It's still not that loud.
Let's see if I can... How's that? Is that better?
I don't notice a difference. The commission staff is asking me to ask you to speak a little bit more loudly. If there's any way to maybe turn up your volume.
Hi, Daniel. This is Mallory. So if you look at your mute button and the drop-down arrow and go to Settings, and then select Input Volume for your microphone and move it all the way to the right, that might help. And if it doesn't, if you can just speak a little bit more loudly, that could help as well. And for everyone else who might be having issues hearing, I just recommend turning up the volume on your local headset. Great, thank you. You can continue,
great.
Daniel.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully folks can hear me a little better now. I turned my volume all the way up. So, but as I was saying, you know, the issues surrounding education in Western New York, for instance, children of color are overwhelmingly concentrated in the region's highest poverty school district, which is the city of Buffalo, where 4 out of 5 students qualify for free or reduced price lunch, which drastically impairs their educational outcomes. Racial disparities persist within the districts as well. The white graduation rate, for instance, is 74%, while the Black and Latinx graduation rates are 62% and 51% respectively. There are major disparities in wealth. Recent studies have found that the median wealth of white families was 10 times that of Black families and 8 times that of Latinx families. This wealth gap is tied largely to disparities in home ownership rates as well as property values where those homes are located. Today in the Buffalo Niagara region, the white home ownership rate is 73.4%, while the Black home ownership rate is only 28.9%, the third highest disparity in the nation for cities with substantial Black populations. Moreover, property values in neighborhoods with predominantly African American homeowners have been eviscerated by redlining and other policies of disinvestment. We can cover all these issues in depth, but I just wanted to highlight a few here. But clearly, where you live matters a great deal. Why don't we go to the next slide? Starting in the 1930s, to combat the Great Depression and create a large middle class based on home ownership, the federal government created the Federal Housing Agency, or the FHA, which sought to underwrite low interest, long-term loans with low down payments. Tragically, these loans were available almost exclusively to white Americans, as the FHA employed explicitly racist doctrines to develop its underwriting rules and created maps that ranked neighborhoods based on the race and ethnicity of residents, placing neighborhoods of color in the red D category and thereby severing access to loans and other forms of investment. On the right of the slide here, you can see a redlining map from 1937 made by the Homeowners Loan Corporation. the predecessor to the FHA. And as you follow those maps to the right, a racial dot map using 2010 census data. Hopefully we'll have the 2020 census data soon so we can use that. But I don't foresee that that map would fundamentally change in any way. You can see from the green dots in that map are African American populations concentrated on the east side of Buffalo, the blue dots being white populations located primarily in certain areas in the city, North Buffalo, as well as the surrounding suburbs. The Buffalo-Niagara region is one of the most segregated in the country, consistently rated in the top 10. I've seen it ranked 6th or even higher, depending on different statistics. But as you can see, redlining restricted the flow of capital in and out of minority neighborhoods, as well as restrictive covenants and other forms of housing discrimination that kept people of color from moving into white neighborhoods. Lack of access to loans made it much more difficult for African Americans to buy homes, open businesses, build wealth, and if they chose to move to other neighborhoods. As a result, many neighborhoods entered a downward spiral of a disinvestment in which few people would invest in the neighborhood because its property values were declining rather than rising. This lack of investment has had a profound, lasting impact on communities of color. And we can see the consequences of these policies today by looking at these maps, which also take into account housing values in the Buffalo-Niagara region. Again, the lighter shades indicate less property value than the darker shades. And as you can see, there's a direct correlation back again to those redlining maps from the 1930s. And moreover, recent cases of lending discrimination demonstrate that redlining and discrimination in the mortgage lending market continues. For instance, in 2014, Evans Bank was charged with redlining by the New York State Attorney General. Evans Bank had actually created a map that defined their trade area where they would market their services, and they actually drew a pink line that excluded the east side of Buffalo, which again is a predominantly African American community. And between 2009 and 2012, less than 1% of the residential mortgages that Evans made went to African American borrowers. So clearly, this is not a problem that is consigned to the past. This is still a major issue in our community today. Next slide, please. Acts of discrimination in housing still occur every day as well. While often undetected and underreported, housing discrimination is still a huge obstacle for many New Yorkers and folks throughout the country. Here in Buffalo in 2019, Home served over 6,500 members of our community by educating them on their rights and responsibilities under fair housing and landlord-tenant laws, assisting 259 clients locate safe, quality, affordable housing, and helping folks seek justice when they reported allegations of housing discrimination. In 2020, Home received 205 reports of housing discrimination and 234 in 2019. As has been the case.
So Daniel,
yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but I just want to let you know you're running out of time too, if you can wrap it up. Thank you.
Certainly. Why don't we go to the 5th slide? So this slide illustrates the prevalence of source of income discrimination in housing. Oh, I'm sorry, the 5th one, just quickly to show that. It's consistently been one of the most common forms of housing discrimination reported to Home over the past 10 years. Why don't we go to the 6th slide next? And as far as recommendations go here, housing discrimination and segregation are serious problems in our state and throughout the nation. We need sustained comprehensive action to rectify this problem. New York must prioritize funding for education and enforcement efforts performed by state agencies, as well as private full-service nonprofit fair housing organizations. There must be a focus on some of the systemic causes of segregation and inequality that we discussed. There must be access to fairly priced quality credit, for instance. Financial industry must expand the development of creative lending programs, and there must be more development of affordable housing. Also, state agencies must ensure that they are affirmatively furthering fair housing and vigorously working to break down barriers to opportunity. And finally, we need a good cause or a just cause eviction law in our state. Although, you know, Home applauded the passage of the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act, it did not change the fundamental flaw in New York State's laws, which still allow for no-fault evictions. Just cause eviction ordinances are an important policy tool to prevent displacement and promote tenant stability, especially in neighborhoods where rents are rising and vacancies are low, and where landlords may seek to evict existing tenants to renovate their buildings and replace folks with wealthy residents.
So I'm going to need to ask you to really wrap it up, okay? I hate to interrupt you.
Oh, no problem. That's actually where I was leaving off. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll have some questions now, okay? So we're going to turn to committee members for questions. We left off with Matt Kaladny. So Robert Plum, I see that you're on. Do you have a question? Robert?
Okay, I just unmuted myself. Okay. My question is directed to Assemblyman Epstein, although anyone can respond. I had asked at a previous panel we had about the effects of rent control in New York City. And the response I got was basically rent control helps tenants, bottom line. But let me ask you, I mean, there's significant evidence, multiple studies that have been done for years, that rent control degrades the quality of beneficiary housing. It leads owners to convert rental apartments into condos or replace them with new buildings. It results in empty nesters staying in apartments far larger than what they need to retain the benefits of rent control. I don't know whether you acknowledge any of those problems, but is there, given that we're talking about the root causes of the lack of sufficient housing and rental units for minority tenants, is there any prospect of even slight modifications to rent control in New York City?
Okay, so I will ask panelists to raise their hand on the participant list. That seemed to be directed to Assemblymember Epstein, so I'll let you answer the question first, and if anybody else wishes to answer. So Assemblymember Epstein?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to get unmuted. So,
okay.
So no rent system is perfect, and I, but I do have to say that when we've seen cities that have had rent regulatory laws in place and then lost them, like cities like Boston, you saw increased segregation and increased economic disparity and increased problems in our system. So you raise some concerns around like the empty nesters. I think it's a real issue where you raise, you're in a 3-bedroom and you raise your kids, and then you're a senior and you don't need 3 bedrooms anymore, and you can't really downsize. That's not the problem with the senior. That's the problem with insufficient protections in rent laws that allow someone to move to a smaller unit. So those are additional things that we have to grapple with. It isn't about deregulation. It is around how do you create additional protections in the system that focus on the people who have the highest need. So yeah, I agree that that's not a perfect system, and I do think we need to expand it. I don't think it results in less construction. If you look at what happened in the real estate market in New York, having buildings under rent regulation that are built before 1974, 6 or more units, doesn't mean that new people won't build more construction. Actually, the opposite's happened in New York. We've seen a real growth in construction. There's a conversation around land use, FAR, and zoning, and I think that's a real conversation. If you want to talk about new construction, you can talk about, you know, parts of the city where you can only build a single family home, and expanding, you know, putting multi-unit developments there could expand housing and housing opportunities. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but I don't think the rent laws is the reason. I mentioned earlier, accessory dwelling units could create hundreds of thousands of legal units today, and those would be affordable units if we pass a comprehensive ADU law. If we, you know, and that's a lot around land use and zoning and exclusion, and that comes, you know, that's where you see a lot of, you know, white exclusive areas in the state and in the city, because they have single family homes and they're homeowners. So I think there's a lot of ways to do it that don't really focus on the rent laws.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next member. Vivian Louie, do you have a question?
Hi there. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thanks so much to the panelists for their really thoughtful testimony, and to our chairperson for leading such a great set of briefings. So my question actually speaks to Assemblymember Epstein's point, and it was also raised in the previous panel by the Adem Bunkeddeko, the executive director of Coro Leadership, which is about housing stock and the push to build more affordable housing stock. But he mentioned a really good point, which is what I would phrase as NIMBY, right? Not in my own backyard, anywhere else but here. So how do we then, or what are your thoughts for how we can build public support for that? Because of course, policymakers respond to their constituents.
Sorry, just a reminder.
Yes.
Yes, please raise your hand and that will jump you up to the top of the list so I can quickly unmute you.
Yes, so that question was for Assemblymember Epstein, if you can unmute him.
And thank you, and thank you for unmuting me. And I'm sure the other panelists, you know, Councilmember Levine would also could respond to this. But I think that your issue is a real issue, and that's why, like, if it becomes hyper local, we need larger action. I mentioned accessory dwelling units as a way to bring hundreds of thousands of units back online. That's without adding to the building envelopes, right? So we already know, by example, my mom lives on Long Island in a house that I grew up in. She has an upstairs that no one's been up in, you know, in 30 years, right? She could have a rental tenant up there if the laws allowed her to do it. And she's one of hundreds of thousands of people who might be willing to do it if there was a process to go through. And so one is to kind of use our existing housing stock and making sure that we can maximize the use of that housing stock. And then two is to really talk around zoning and land use. And if we have lots of parts of the state where you can only build single family homes, and you're right that there's not a lot of local support to do more than that, can we slowly move in a direction of saying, well, in this part of the neighborhood, maybe we could build, you know, 2-story homes and 3-story homes and maybe close to public transportation, and really build it out slowly over time. Because the reality is we just need more housing and more affordable housing. We need government to be the impetus behind it through funding. We had a housing plan, a 5-year housing plan that put $2.5 billion. The housing plan expires this year. We're going to need another 5-year housing plan from the governor's office. We could see a real approach to funding ADU and funding comprehensive housing across the state. There are other parts of the state where there is housing that isn't maintained. We could then use a land use model or a land trust model, to kind of expand those units and to take those units, get them online. So I think we could do it comprehensively around the state. I think we could build the amount of housing that we need without having to really undermine some communities' real opposition.
Okay, thank you. Any other panelists wish to answer that question? If not, we'll go to the next committee member. I don't see any other hands raised. So Glenn, do you have a question?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. So we'll go on to Stephen Raga. Stephen, do you have a question?
Yeah, sure. Really quick one for any of the panelists. I think in the city and the state, there's recently some or discussion to change the AMI formula for at all. If that would to pass, would that disproportionately help any more of the Black and brown communities in New York State?
Look, just see who's got their hands raised. Would a panelist like to answer this question? Assemblymember Epstein or Councilmember Levine, Daniel Corbett. Anyone wish to answer the question? If so, raise your hand. Yes, Assemblymember Epstein and then Dan Corbett.
Yeah, I know I've been speaking a lot, so I'll apologize, but I don't think changing the AMI formula really does much. I think what we need to do is build housing to targeted AMI levels. Like we see deeply affordable housing needed at a 30% of AMI level, and we need to ensure there's sufficient subsidy at that level. If you change the AMI formula, it doesn't mean your housing is at a different level. I mean, I think we just need to ensure that people who are at 30% of AMI or 50% of AMI get enough subsidies in those developments. Because if you change it, you're still subsidizing the same income threshold. So I think that's where we need to drive our state dollars and our city dollars to those AMI levels, as well as doing 80 and 120. But our existing programs like 421A already target those levels. I think we should end those and then really refocus our tax dollars at the lower level.
Okay. Daniel Corbett, do you wish to answer the question too?
Yeah, no, just to echo the comments, I don't think that changing how AMI is calculated is going to get to the underlying issues, that there's just not enough affordable housing throughout New York State. For folks who have subsidies, especially housing choice vouchers, right now, they are unable to afford the majority of the housing that's certainly being built, as well as the majority of what's available currently in the market. Rents continue to raise, and unless there is targeted development of affordable housing in areas of opportunity, and not to continue to build affordable housing in neighborhoods that have suffered under the policies of disinvestment that we mentioned before, but in areas that have access to those amenities and services that we discussed previously. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Levine?
Yes, well, Harvey and Daniel are exactly right. I'll just emphasize that I think the premise to the question is right, that too much of the quote affordable housing that we're building is targeted to people who are making what are probably more accurately called middle class incomes, sometimes over 6 figures in New York City. And the reason is pretty simple. You need a lot more money in subsidy to create a unit that's accessible to someone who's making minimum wage than you do to make a unit that's affordable to someone who's making 6 figures. And so there's not a real shortcut here by just changing the AMI formula. We actually need more resources from the federal government and elsewhere, and we also have to push for harder bargains with developers when there's a land use action or subsidy through programs like the one Harvey mentioned, 421A, so that they target more units to people at the lower levels, lower income levels. So there is real important work to do here, but it's going to require, I think, some real exertion to get the resources both out of the federal government and out of developers.
Okay, thank you so much. We have one member who has not been able to ask a question yet, so I want to call on her. Mikal, do you have a question?
I do, thank you, and thank you to all the panelists. You know, I think we have seen a common theme through all the panels, as well as through many of the questions, that exploring the sort of inextricable link between the eviction crisis that we see today and our national history of racism and segregation. And so, you know, as we start thinking through the civil rights implications of eviction and how we as a committee might be making recommendations to address the crisis, I'm interested in your perspective on how to allocate our recommendations between, you know, recommendations that address the impact. So, you know, immediate, you know, eviction moratoria, or access to counsel that was discussed at the last panel, and recommendations that, you know, are potentially at the federal level that kind of get more to the root causes of all of these issues, and really focusing our report on the underlying history of segregation and racial animus in this country. So, you know, as both policy makers and people who work in the space, would love your perspective on that.
Okay, thank you. For any of the panelists who wish to answer, please raise your hand in the participant list. Daniel?
Yeah, so I think, you know, the question is really excellent, but I think going back to kind of some of the previous comments that have been made, really, you know, what we've seen as a result of the pandemic, it's really only exacerbated existing disparities, existing problems in the housing market, especially with regard to disparities between white communities and communities of color that I mentioned briefly. But, you know, also just in terms of, again, the lack of affordable housing, you know, if folks are not able to afford a basic necessity like housing, it's really difficult for someone to be successful in other aspects of their lives. So, you know, I would think that if we're looking at kind of the long-term goal here, we need to expand access to quality, affordable housing through building more housing developments, but as well as expanding access to what is already there, either through ensuring that it is affordable, ensuring that folks who have rental subsidies are able to use those subsidies to access that quality housing, that there are not barriers in the forms of discrimination or barriers, again, just in terms of affordability, with the rents continuing to rise across the board. So I would think that that's really a mix of kind of mid and long-term prospects as far as addressing some of these issues. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblymember Epstein?
Yeah, I think there are solutions that are federal based and there are state and city based solutions. And I think it's important to tell us all on the city, state, and federal level what we need to do. I mean, honestly, for the state, we have a $213 billion budget, and we have a capital budget that's, multi-billion dollars. If we need to hear that, to deal with underlying race and racism, we need to invest deeply in affordable housing. We spend $9 billion on economic development projects like in airports, but we spend only $2.5 billion on housing. So budgets are priorities, and if you are telling us our priorities are wrong, that's really helpful for people like me to have those recommendations. So anything that you're doing that says, hey, this is what we need, helps us. Public housing is a great example that I know Mark and I focus a lot on in New York City. We have a lot of public housing, but there's federal disinvestment. We need to talk about that as a race and racism issue. We need to then, on the state and the city level, ensure we have a plan that doesn't privatize our public housing, but supports it. And anything that really advances those goals and tells us that, hey, we have these experiences and we think that you or the city or the state are not doing well, helps us. And then allows us to put pressure on the federal government, like we're doing now, to, in this infrastructure package, put real investment into housing. So all that really matters. And I think you should talk directly to each of these governmental bodies.
Okay, and Councilmember Levine?
Thank you. Well, again, Harvey and Daniel's comments are excellent. And I really appreciate this question from Michal, which feels like a good note to end on. I think addressing the biggest picture here, which was very eloquently described in a book which probably has been referred to in the previous panel, but should be on everyone's reading list on this topic, which is Evicted by Matthew Desmond. It's really a seminal book on this topic, but he describes eviction as both the cause of economic hardship and inequality, of having significant health impacts, leading to health inequality and more harmful impacts, but also the result of economic inequality and health inequality and more. And that means that we should think about an eviction prevention strategy, which also bears in mind the need to raise the federal minimum wage so that people can afford their rent, that ensures people don't wind up swimming in medical debt, which in my experience is one of the reasons why people end up getting behind on their rent. And if we had universal health care or single payer health care, that would happen less often. Ensuring people have access to higher ed and other vehicles to open up career opportunities. I think it would be very helpful to push us to act at the local level in those arenas and to have federal action as well for broader reasons of justice and fairness, but also because all of them impact the eviction crisis, which only compounds the inequality that we're describing here today. So when Mallory was describing our charge in this discussion, she said, think big. And I think, therefore, this is a really good question to end on. Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually going to permit one more question. I was going to go to 5 after, and we have gone through all the members who wanted to ask questions. I see Athena Mutua has had her hand up for a while. Assuming you wish to ask the final question, Athena, you can unmute yourself and ask a quick question, because I understand we'll have a number of landlords ready to speak to us at 2:15, so we will need a short break.
Great. Okay, I guess I think this has really been, it was a question I had raised, I'd written earlier, and I think they've talked about it. But, and I really love this idea about federal minimum wage and having us think about essential workers. But let me get this straight, and this may be kind of evident given the kind of market system that we have, but it does seem like we've got these development programs, and I guess that's my question, and that our governments, both at the federal, not just both, federal, state, and local levels, are really subsidizing middle class homes, luxury homes, the building of luxury homes, and are subsidizing or allow through tax benefits the purchase of homes by private equity firms. Is that a correct assessment of kind of what's going on in contrast to subsidizing and building affordable housing? Is that correct?
Okay, I see Assemblymember Epstein's hand is raised.
I say 100% yes. We prioritize private equity financing because we don't tax it like we do mortgage recording debt. We give a 421A tax abatement for people doing market rate developments. Even if in our part of Manhattan, where Mark and I represent, there's you have to do 20% or 25% affordability. But in most parts of the state, you don't. Like if you go to Queens, you don't. And our tax system, and I know the tax structure that we have right now, which requires state approval, there was a recommendation that came out earlier in the year to change it because it really prioritizes certain types of homes, higher income homes. They're not taxed at the state level. Really requires us to rethink it. CUNY, the Graduate Center released a report, maybe we guess 4 to 6 months ago around this, or maybe even longer, that talks about the disparity. And so lots of things preference wealthy people and corporations, and we need to fix it. And it's just going to take a lot of our work together to do it.
Okay, we are going to end on that note. It's 2:05, so we will be taking a 10-minute break. But first, I just want to thank all the panelists so much for being with us, making your presentation, and then answering our questions. You're welcome to stay on and listen to the forums. We have landlords, I understand, that will be speaking to us at 2:15, and at 3:15, we will be having some renters, I hope, speaking with us. So at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I would suggest everybody stay plugged into the system, mute yourself, and stop your video, but it will make it easier for us to reconvene at 2:15. Thank you so much. Okay, Mallory, are you there?
Yes, I am. You can proceed, Brian.
Okay. Welcome back from the break. We will now begin the Landlord Open Forum. This is an opportunity for landlords to offer comments to the committee about this topic. I'm going to please ask the landlords to keep your comments limited to around 5 to 8 minutes. As a reminder, all remarks are being recorded for the public record, and I do reserve the privilege as chair to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. I will now invite any landlords to share brief statements with the committee, and I'm going to start by inviting comments from those who have notified Mallory Trachtenberg, our DFO, of their intent to speak. After those, I will then be calling upon those who raise their hand by using the raise hand feature, selecting that your name in the WebEx, or if you're on the telephone, by hitting *3 if you're joining by the phone. Please raise your hand by hovering your mouse near your name in the participant list, or selecting the raise hand from the menu of the 3 dots. Now, we do have interpreters. We may have people calling in using our language access. We certainly want to hear from all those who have been impacted, our landlords at this forum, and then our renters at the next forum. So at this point, I believe we have one landlord who has informed us he wishes to speak today, and that is Daniel O.
Hi, Brian. This is Mallory. Daniel was actually on, but it looks like he just dropped off. So while we wait for him to rejoin, I'd actually request that we ask if anybody else, actually, one moment. It looks like he's coming back in now. So let's see if he can get set up. And welcome, Daniel. I'm going to send you a request to unmute now. And Daniel, you may begin.
Okay.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you so much for being with us today.
Great. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry, I was having a little bit of an audio issue, so I just had to log in, but I could hear now. I was invited here and asked to share some experiences as a landlord. I'll start by saying that I'm living and working in the capital area of New York. I live in Albany. I have over 30 rental properties, over 120 rental units, primarily residential, with about 5% commercial. And I just wanted to share some experiences during this last year, which has been a very difficult year for everybody. But I'm pretty, I stay connected with other real estate professionals. And then of course I have, my office, and then we've had our share of issues where certainly it was very difficult when everything was getting shut down. And I always took the approach of, understanding and trying to work things out. And that's what we did with essentially every, for properties I own. We did that with all tenants who came to us with problems, and we tried to be extremely understanding. And then if they could propose a solution, we would certainly work with them, whether that was reduced payments, reduced rental payments, reduced using security deposits, deferred payments, whatever was needed. We pretty much always said yes to. And it was the tougher issues were with a lot of tenants, just like people. We have good tenants and bad tenants, good people, bad people. Some people are just going to take advantage, and then I think in this situation we had quite a bit more people who were either taking advantage of the situation or misconstruing what the eviction moratorium was specifically. but we've had everything from, I don't have to pay rent. There's a new order or a new law that we don't have to pay rent. And, we've had people say, Cuomo says I don't have to pay. So normally we have a pretty low rate of vacancy and collection loss. It was significantly higher. And the ones that were taking advantage, those were the hardest because it's a little bit worse when you know that somebody can pay and then they choose not to. And on top of that, that was for a long period of time. And in some of these situations, I've had, units that were occupied. And then when they did finally leave, it was after a year of zero rent collection, and then the place was destroyed. And some of these units have cost me in the tens of thousands of dollars. So even though it's a low percentage, if it's a couple of percent, those couple of percent, and those units cost, cumulatively tens and tens of thousands of dollars, which it was very difficult, and it made it very tough for us. So I think when measures like this get passed, I know that they're for good intentions, but sometimes they have, other implications where, it was difficult, but we survived. And I also have other people I know and other, landlords that have a 4-unit where they're living in one, and this is their retirement, and they're literally in positions where they're going to lose their house now. And now they're just in these terrible, dire situations. And that's where I think you hear some of these extreme stories of, people in desperate times going to desperate measures. So I just wanted to kind of, be the voice where whenever you have these blanket regulations, that I understand that intention is to do some good. There are some consequences usually that are bad, and the smaller percentage of people who are, have bad intentions, they do take advantage and, cause an exponential amount of, let's say, cost and, devastation of taking advantage of that situation. So it's kind of like removing one link of the chain and, a real Band-Aid situation. So, I'm a little fearful now that, what the long-term impacts are going to be, because as things open back up, it's fantastic, and businesses are opening up, and that's great. But when courts open back up, I think there's going to be some real big impacts from that, and I think that's yet to be seen. That's primarily what I wanted to say, and just to be the voice for some fellow landlords who are feeling pain and trying to do the right thing and suffering as a consequence. One other, I know last year in New York specifically, they had some bigger reforms. 2 years ago in 2019. So I think a perfect example is they limited security deposits to 1 month rent maximum. And the intention of that is, okay, now landlords cannot pay multiple months, therefore apartments will be affordable. And that might be true in some cases, but there are also other cases where, you have a younger tenant out of college, and they might not be super credit qualified, and they might not have the most established income as well. And then a landlord or property management company might have the option to say, okay, you're not hitting all the criteria, but have a 2-month security deposit. Now with these new regulations, they just take that option away. So you're actually hurting, this whole segment of people. And then just like in this situation, all, let's say, requirements are getting stricter, and that's hurting the overall renter base. I think with these COVID impacts, I think that's also very negatively affecting the whole renter population, where landlords and property management companies are very, very strict because they know for a fact once you're inside, the moratorium evictions have been getting extended and extended, so you have to be that much more careful. And they're not going to take a risk on somebody, and if they're not extremely qualified, and in some cases just leaving a unit entirely vacant because it's not even worth that risk. So I've seen that happen, time and time again. So there definitely are some bad consequences of these orders intended to help people. But I guess that's mainly what I want to say. If there are any specific questions, I'm happy to answer questions or share any specific experiences.
Well, Daniel, thank you so much. We're running this as a forum. We want people to be able to call in to either speak anonymously or use an alias. We're not going to be asking questions of you the way we would be of the invited panelists who were on the panel before, because we want people to come in and to speak with us, and feel free to do that. What I would ask you to do is remain available. If we don't have other landlords or we have extra time, I would like to be able to circle back to you. And I thank you so much for calling in and sharing your experiences with us in the capital area. Now, I see we have 43 participants. Some are commission staff, I see we have a caller coming in now who would like to speak. I just want to remind you, you can be anonymous. You can use an alias. You don't need to use your name if you don't wish to. So Mallory, could you unmute caller user 8?
Yes, and for the person who's joined by phone, I'm sending you a request to unmute. You may need to press *6 on your phone in order to unmute. Please press *6.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Can you hear
This is
me?
Ryan Hamill, the chair. We can hear you. Thank you so much for calling in.
Well, thank you so much for hosting this, first of all. I have to tell you, I am a single mother, and after my divorce, I actually managed to get this house. I want to be able to better support my children. And I'm so new to this, this landlord role. Had absolutely no idea what I've got into. So I would like to tell you, after I got this house, and there was a lady who lived there in the past with the seller. So I never really, I have no idea. So she has been living there. It's okay. So you can still live there. You pay rent. That's okay. We don't even have a contract, to be honest, because if she want to go, she want to go. I'm all for everybody get what they want. I am extremely easygoing. So 2 months into I'm owning this house, and this lady stopped paying my rent. And then I was like, oh my God, what's going on? And then, so she said, oh, I'm not having any income anymore. I say, I'm so sorry about that. Can we schedule some kind of arrangement? So, I'm a single mother, and this is my children's life. I need to be able to put the food on the table and give them shelter. If you can pay a portion, or you can tell me when you can pay me. And, I'm all for, I understand your difficulty too because of the pandemic. And then, so she texted me back. By the way, she refused to speak to me. She texted me back. I was shocked by the way that she communicated with me. She said, your Chinese virus cost my life. And I feel because of you. And then, I do not care about your finance. I only care about mine.
all this was in capital letter. Well, I was saying, hi, Anne, how are you? I'm so sorry for what happened to you. And this is how she replied to me. And then, so I told her, I said, let's talk about it. We're all mothers and human beings, right? We're all equal. And there's no, I don't want any racist slurs here. I was from China, but I'm American now. And I am equal like you are. And it's not Chinese virus that, take away your life or your business. And then she said, you stop calling me racist and all these other things. And then instead of talking about payment plan, she basically saying that you go to talk to your lawyer. And she knows there are all these, after I talked to my lawyer, I just understand why she's able to be so aggressive to me, because I have no way to get her out right now, no matter what. And so my lawyer sent her a 3 months notice. And then, so for whatever reason, we filed on December 16th. And then my lawyer in April called me and said, so sorry. And the government had a new rule after we filed, but we are asked to be retrospect, to be subject to that rule. So now we have to file again. So my case got, we have to send another letter for 90 days to inform her to leave. And with that, right now, this lady, on one hand, she is really aggressive, attacking me. The other side is she is really having a hard relationship with other tenants. And she took away a parking spot from the tenant who actually paid the rent. And then she went to the other tenant, threatened them to call the police if they dare to park in front of the house. I talked to my lawyer, and he said that the apartment, yes, you cannot, go into her apartment, but the parking spots are for everybody, and it's for me. I have the right to tell who can park over there. Now she is bullying on the other tenant in the house, and fight with them, and their children get so scared by this lady. And I want to let you know, after June 1st, when the New York State issued this emergency subsidy to the tenant, to the landlord, but that has to be applied, initiated by the tenant. So I talked to her, I said, Anne, you said you lost a job, you couldn't pay the rent. Now the government is helping us. And can you please file, and I can help you. I can file if you give me all the paperwork. And she refused to even answer my text message. So obviously, if she is having this decency and really think of us with, we're all human beings, we're all having a hard life based on impacted by the pandemic, she should really do what she is supposed to do and get the government support. In addition, I think that during the pandemic, she is eligible for the government's subsidies for herself. So it makes me feel all these regulations right now, making it a situation for the bad people to take advantage of that. And they are getting the subsidy from the government, and they refuse to cooperate with the government to get me, the landlord, who is actually in the same boat with her, to get any support. And then I have to pay all the mortgage, all the real estate tax, all the electricity, water, anything that I need to pay. There's one quarter I was late to pay the real estate tax, and I got charged for late fee. And then, so I feel this is really, I am just a single mother, and I am actually, my situation is worse than hers, but she has all the aggression and racist on me, and I have nothing to protect myself. I need my government to support me. And I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak out here. Thank you so much.
Well, I thank you and New York Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights thanks you for calling in and sharing your experience with us. Thank you. You're welcome to remain on the line and listen. And let me just ask if there's other people that are listening that would like to speak to us during the Landlord Forum. You may raise your hand, feature on the computer screen, or if you're on the telephone, you may press number 3. Let me see if we have anyone else who would like to speak to us before I go to you, Mallory, to check on the interpreters.
Sure, thank you. And again, for those who are joined by WebEx, I can unmute you here if you plan to share comments in English. We will move to the Mandarin line shortly. And so if you are on WebEx, please raise your hand. I see we have a hand raised. And Shitao, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you now. You may begin.
Thank you. I see a number of hands raised, so we'll go to you first, Shitao.
Yes, so my situation is a little bit different. My tenant actually, he came to my house at that point. I just bought it, finished renovation, and I have a lot of garbage in the backyard. So I'm thinking about maybe before I move in, before this started for the kids, I still have a few months. I can find some person to rent a short time. So I put an advertisement. This person come in, I don't want to rent it to him because basically he seems the intention to live longer. I said no. And then he came the next day. He said he cleaned the garbage from my backyard. And then I think, okay, that's not a work. He said he has something need to put it in before he find another house or something. And then he can give me money so he can live there just for 1 month. And then we can move out to winter find another one. At that point, I asked the friends around because that's before. This is something around May 2019. They said, according to our current process, if you want him to go in the court only after 3 months, you can evict him if really he's not listened to. If he's not, normally people is like, you tell him to go and 1 month in advance, he's gonna go. So he seems very, very nice at that point. So, okay, so since it's just 3 months, I can evict him out. So, okay, that's okay. He seems a nice guy. I'll let you put the things there, and then you look around, and then he paid me actually $1,450 at that point just for some rooms. Yeah, at that point he's just putting things. He's not even living, so just put the rooms upstairs. I think okay, since the empty is empty. For 3 months I can let him go, and then he just putting things, not even himself. But thing happens different. He moved in. He brought a whole family in, and then I didn't even realize he moving by himself because according to what he said, he's not living there. He just putting things. Then it turns out, because I didn't go to the place, he's still renovation. So he said he cleaned garbage here when at the end of the month I went there. He's not supposed to move in. I found he's already there with his 2 adult sons and his wife. Then I said, no, this is not acceptable. And he's back. He said, no, I already come here. I cannot go back to my other place. I will move out certainly 100% at the end of the month, just 30 days. Okay, so at that point, I'm still keeping in mind, it's just 3 months evasion time. So, okay, just let him stay then. But then things become different because after 1 month, according to the law, that okay, I cannot get him away anymore. So his attitude started to change. Then I said, why is still here? So I said, days going to go. He said, no. He said, you have to go to court and let me go. He said, yeah, I'm a official here now. This is mine. It's not yours anymore. So it seems like, wow. I think, what kind of thing is this? Then he said, no, I don't want to put it this way. So could you? Yes, I swear I'm gonna find it next month. Then he gave me another $1,450. He said, yeah, just take it. I swear I'm gonna find you another month. Just believe me. So at that point, I was thinking, oh, okay, it's another month. Okay, so with this deal, another month. Then the next month, I found he bring a bigger dog. Then he sweat again. It's hard to find. I went to Pennsylvania here and there. Okay, and at the end of the year, he still have accused not moving out. That's the time I said, no, there's no way I need to move in by myself because my kids are gonna skip the semester. I have 5 kids. That's the only place I can live in. I told him, I have 5 kids. I have at that point I have 4 children, younger than 4 years old. Now it's younger than 6 years old, but. Really, it's very hard for me because I have no other place to afford me. If he's 14, 15 live there, and I have to pay much more than 14, 15 the whole house myself. So, and my current board does not want me to live in my current place anymore because they cannot. It's a small 2-bedroom. There's a rule. I cannot have so many kids there. Is you see the maximum occupancy. So, but there's things like I went to court, and then okay, he's saying he's. Before on the court, he's saying that the court attorney at that point the court says, okay, it's better that you can just do a settlement with him. The court wants you to, if you don't need to file something, is better. So I go back to a settlement. Then okay, he signed everything. Here he's moving at the end of January 2020, and then okay, he said he don't have moving is moving. Okay, I returned the 1450 to him. Okay, now you have your money, you can move your things. I don't. Yeah, you move out, and he has another 4,000 bonus that period. And at the end of January, he's still there. He pocket his money. He's not paying anything, and then sitting there. Then he become something. And then it's like I found it out again to the court said no, it's not 3 months anymore. That's what that's 3 months. That's before June 2019. After the May June 2019 is 1 year. You're gonna need to take 1 year. Oh, it's like wow, that's what I think this. So now my friends that we talk around it, they say that this way. There's a lot of people does not have good income. They are a minority. But the thing is, as a landlord, you don't care about what kind of income he has, what kind of minority he has, what kind of race he has. The only thing you care about is if he got money or not. But if you identify, for example, you say African American community has more evasions than the other races. Now all the landlords will be very alerted. Oh, okay, you're gonna if you are not Chilean, then I have more chances of going to court. Then I would rather stay away from it because once you go to court, that's a time like you can lose 1 whole year's income because this person. Most of the person doing this, they already prepared and never going to pay it back. So my tendency now is by this way is we went to court and so we're stuck on court anyway. So he has no interest to do any assistance. Last time I sent him message, I asked him to do a apply state assistance, he didn't answer. This time he didn't answer at all because he's not worried about being evicted. Why he needed to take an extra step to even file this paperwork. In addition, the intention, because I have 4 kids younger than 6 now, a total 5 kids. He knows that I'm at the edge of bankruptcy. So it's a very obvious situation like this. If I got bankrupt, I gave up the house, he's going to live that longer. And the mortgage firm is going to pay him out by much more money. I can let him go because. And I even borrowed money, say I can give you this $10,000. I don't need to pay back me anything else. $10,000 you move out. He said no. It's still no response. So it means he's betting much more money now. And asking the others, they said the current market already goes to 30,000 to 50,000. If you want a person to move out, 30,000 to 50,000 because you have this because the eviction now is not even 1 year. It's more than 1 year because the court was jammed with cases. It's not like before. Every case after hearing, you can get them out in 1 year. Now the case is so many of them. You get so even start from now. They said that we estimate it take 2 years to go to finish the court. So you have to pay him something around 1.5 years rent or something. So at this point, I already lost the whole house. Yeah, the expense every month I'm losing like $2,500 on the spot. So every year I've lost 30,000. I already lost this. At the end of the year, I will be lost 60,000. Then for totally as according to estimation, I'm going to be 4 years without income. That's going to be totally is going to be 120,000. That's more than my my down pay. So at the beginning, I told my lawyer, if it's going to take 4 years, I will give up this house now. So it's better than I have to stay on here. So the state is extending this eviction month by month, 3 months by 3 months.
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you, but I would ask you to try to wrap up in a moment. We so appreciate you calling in, but I do want to make sure that if there's other landlords that are calling in,
okay.
So
my point
will
is
also have 5 to 8 minutes to speak to us, okay? Thank you so much.
The point is that the state need to tell us when it's going to be ended, so we can estimate should we give up this house, or we can continue to borrow money to pay the house. Because for me, the situation is I have 5 kids to feed. Make sure they have, and now I don't have money to give them to get good food, the money for good clothes. I need to end this. So if it's going to take another 3 years, I need to give up this house immediately, because this is a situation for me.
Okay, thank you so much for calling in. I see we have another landlord that would like to speak to us. It's Jang, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly. So you can unmute yourself. If you're on the, it looks like you're doing that. You can go ahead now.
Okay, thank you.
Speak when you're ready.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for calling in.
Okay, I'm a landlord and I have like 15 units. And I've been doing the real estate rental business for 30-some years. This is the hardest time. I have 3 tenants that not paying, and one of it left with like $3,000 owed. And I still currently have the other 2 tenants. One owe me like $8,000, and the other one owe me $6,000. So I was a lucky one because the bank was be generous enough to extend the loan for half a year, 6 months. But I had to pay the fee, $1,000 each time I extend it. The problem is that I've been on hearing since 12 o'clock. And the problem is a lot of time that people or politicians demonize the landlord. As you can see, the previous landlord who have been testified, they are good-hearted people. They try to live same as tenant. But if you keep pointing it as a racial issue, then the money issue, I would think that the politician try to get landlord to pay for cost of the tenant. That's not fair. The whole thing is pandemic, and the tenant need help, landlord need help, and we need government to be efficient to help tenant and the landlord as well. I'll give you one example. Even though the government giving out the money for the tenant, but I have 4 tenants apply it. Only 1 tenant got it. So that tenant was able to stay. All the other tenants, I'm lucky landlord, they delay the payment. They are willing to pay after the pandemic's over, and they're gonna pay me back on it. But I'm coming from association with a lot of Asian landlord. Many of our Chinese who barely speak English. They are 1 unit, 2 unit landlord. Their income depend on the rental income. Their life depend on the rental income. But when they're facing a bad tenant, they had no way to evict them. Those tenants, just like the last one testified, refuse to cooperate with landlord, refuse to apply, refuse to do the obligation. They even destroy property. I mean, most of my tenants are good, but with a 1 or 2 unit landlord, when they face that kind the abuse from the tenant. We need a law that works for both tenant and the landlord. I'm 100% for not evicting tenant, but without money, how could a landlord do that? You basically, the government pushes the responsibility of tenant to the landlord. You let a tenant stay in the apartment without eviction. Let a tenant not paying the rent, but you do not come up with a solution for the people. Our landlords are also the people to reduce the financial loss. I understand the country in a difficult situation, but all the politicians keep pointing to the landlord that we are the bad guy. We tried, when we rented out the apartment to the black, to the other color, I had no problem. My tenant consists of Hispanic, 90% of it. I only have one Asian in my apartment. And the one of tenant that owe me the money, he is Asian. So don't go by the color. It's money that they make. They lost the job. So government should step in to help, not the landlord. So the whole system in New York is so biased. I went out to New Jersey. I asked the landlord, how long will you take you to get rid of tenant if they are bad, if they're not paying? They were telling me 2 months. In New York, I used to have half a year. Now we're looking at 2 years. Now all those time lost, it's not just time, the money lost. Who's paying for it? Landlord. Government never say that tenant cannot pay. Tenant lost job. We will step in. We will pay for landlord. No, we take it strict laws. Now with this difficult time, many landlords lost their job. Many landlords still got family to raise. Politicians, you don't just look at how many people vote for you. You also got to look at the environment that we are created. The housing in New York City is deteriorating. We had many houses are over 100 years old. We don't look at the government to get a better housing. We don't ask government to do the affordable housing. We ask the landlord who pay for tenant to live in their apartment free, and we still got to pay the utility. We still got to pay for water. We still got to pay for the tax. That's not fair. But for all the time that I've been hearing, nobody bring out the issue. Landlord is not the one with deep pocket. Landlord is the one, the same person that vote you into the office. Landlord is the one who depend on the money income from the rental market. So I have, with my association, we have hundreds of forms and filed by the landlord that money be owed by the tenant. Now, on top of that, we have those bad tenants who's not working with us.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to ask you to wrap up because we need to go to the interpreters to see if anybody's calling in on the Mandarin or Spanish line. If we have extra time, I can come back and call on you, but everybody's supposed to be limiting their comments. Okay, yes, of course, please finish up.
I'm wrapping up.
Thank you.
Please, everybody, landlord and tenant, in this kind of environment, we are on the same boat. Let's work together to get government to distributing the money right way, not wasting it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go to the interpreters, let me just see if there's anybody else that's on WebEx or calling in that wishes to speak to us in English. If so, if you will please use the raise hand feature on the computer screen of the WebEx or press *3 on your telephone keypad. And I don't see anybody else that's raising their hand. So Mallory, let me go to you. We'll take a short pause while we organize through the interpreters.
Sure, thank you, Brian. So Benson, I am going to unmute your line in just a moment. I'd like you to please ask your operator, I believe you said her name is Shelby, if there are any members of the public who are joined on your line who would like to share comment. So I'm going to keep you muted while you ask your operator this, and then I will unmute you in just one moment. Okay, Benson, I'm going to unmute you now. And you should see a request to unmute from WebEx. Is there anybody on your lines who would like to share comment?
Yes. May I speak? May I speak Mandarin? I'm interpreting for this person. Go，请说。你要讲中文还是讲国语，小姐？小姐。I'm a landlord from Queens.
And sorry, Benson, you're going to need to speak as loudly as possible so we can hear you.
The thing is, the tenant refused to make me rent, and without my permission, they actually sublet my house. But they rent the big house, the big room, the small room, and even the attic is having people, and they put living room for rent as well. And they refuse to make me payment. They even have some dogs, and those dogs would just pull on the carpet, all stinky and mess, total mess. The tenant is very unreasonable, making me repair this carpet. Otherwise, they will not make payment. So I just offer that I can do this and the carpet cleaning, but they refuse to make any communication with me. And my lawyer have already sent out the paper to them, but it doesn't seem to be, the tenant is not responding anyway. And the thing is, I live upstairs and oftentimes I will find that they are smoking marijuana and the smell is so bad. Myself have medical issue myself, so to my tenant, the house, I need my rent to make for my property, to make living, get my gas fee, and my 2 kids in college and need money as well. I need to make payment for tuition in August. I have financial difficulty as well. This tenant has actually no economic issue. He's just taking advantage of my family, and he's making money already, without my permission. And they are taking advantage over me, and they are taking advantage over us. This is a very unfair case. The government, I'm hoping the government will step in. We landlords should not shoulder the burden. The government should be helping us evict those bad tenants. This tenant, he doesn't have hardship. He doesn't have difficulty making payment. I think the New York City has already fully opened, so the housing policy should change accordingly. For landlord like me, we are the biggest victim, in fact. Yeah, I'm done. I conclude my thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Benson. And for Benson, I'm going to mute you again. Before I do, was there anybody else who needed to give public comment?
Hello, Shelby. Okay, cool.
So Benson, are you all set? Thumbs up. Okay, great. All right, and a reminder for everyone who's joined, we're using multiple devices for our interpretation today, so I know the audio might sound very soft. We are still recording it and we'll have a transcription. I recommend turning up the volume on your computer as loud as you can if you're having issues hearing audio. I believe we do have some joined on our Spanish line, and so Jeanette, I am going to come to you next. And Jeanette, I'm going to send you a request to unmute on WebEx. As a reminder, if you can speak as loudly as possible while interpreting, that would be very helpful. You should see the request to unmute come up now.
I'm ready.
All right, great. Thank you, Jeanette. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. Sorry, I don't see the question.
So Jeanette, you will want to ask your interpreter, who I believe is Travis, or sorry, your operator, who I believe is Travis, if he can let you know if there's anybody who is joined from the members of the public who would like to share comment in Spanish.
Okay, sure. Operator. Do you have any participants that have any question in Spanish that we are ready to interpret? All right, thank you. No member in the line to be interpreted.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jeanette. I'm going to go ahead and mute you on WebEx again. And it looks like there is somebody with their hand raised in the participant list in English on WebEx. So Jing, I'm going to send you a request to unmute now, and you should see that come up on your end. You may begin.
Hey, Maria, can you hear me?
Yes,
hey,
you sound
Yes,
good.
we can hear you.
Very
Thank
nice
you.
to speak to you guys, to be presenting as a landlord. You know, we are suffering a lot of things to a small family with 2 kids now in Staten Island. I have my literally just broken American dream now. We purchased a house by 2019 at the beginning. And due to the financial problem, we decided to stay in Brooklyn, just like wait for the kids, the period of time, go back to school. Now, this is the time, since the COVID comes, I got squatters staying in the property that I'm not blaming on the rent. I don't care, because I just want to move back because my daughter is going to school on the corner now. And the court processing just like messed it up. They even just like got a lot of complaints saying that we have to go there by far distancing to clean the backyard. I called the police, it doesn't work because due to the rule, 30 days squatter become tenants. And I asked many of the police, I say I need a way to make a solution. They know the rules. It's just like it just break the justice now. Because I'm the father. I'm the only one guy work to raise the family and pay the mortgage. Because home means house and means happiness to me and my family. I really expecting like I know some part of the people they really need help. I'm totally agree, but of course we have a lot of people taking advantage of. I knew the squatters are having a job and getting paid. They even tell me that they say, okay, you give me $10,000, I move. I say, if I will give you immediately. I'm the only one guy working. And they say, okay, let's see in the court. And the state gonna extend the dates now. So I think we need a team to discuss this. Like we help the people we really need to help, but other people are taking the advantage of. So my case is like I really want to go back, but I have no way now. I got to drive far to go to the school in September for my daughter in the morning. And I'm staying in the basement for my parents for over a year. Thank you. That's the issue I have. I wish something could be fixed. And I know we need to work together to overcome the problem of COVID-19 issue though.
So thank you so much for calling in or being on WebEx with us and sharing with us your experience as landlord. Let me see whether there are any other people on WebEx or on the telephone who would like to present to us. We have 10 more minutes. If you wish to remain anonymous, you can press *3. on your telephone, so we'll know you wish to speak, and you don't need to give your name. Likewise, you can do the raise hand feature on your computer screen and not have the video on if you wish. Let's see if there's anyone else.
This is Mallory. I'm also going to ask the interpreters to please raise your hand in the participant list if you've had anybody join your lines to share additional comment at this time. And as a reminder, you can do that by selecting your name and then pressing the raise hand button on it. Again, that's only if you've been notified by your operator that somebody else has joined to share comment.
And Mallory, have you received any emails or noticed that anybody else would like to speak?
I have not at this time. Benson, can you do a thumbs up if you do not have anybody on your line? Okay, great. Then it looks like we've had Han trying to speak. And Han, I'm going to unmute your line. You may speak at this time if you'd like. All right, it looks like Han is still muted.
Yeah, is it okay now?
Yes, great.
Okay,
we can hear you.
all right. Actually, I have a little story about myself, and I'm a landlord, a small landlord, I mean. I have a condo for rent. The tenant who lives there for 1 year, they actually really working, but they just don't want to pay the rent. They refuse to pay the rent because they said this co-way and give them more benefits, let them do that, you know. So they seems they are like a very freedom to do whatever, you know, they are like proud they do. I'm many times I text them and I go ask them to if they can, you know, pay the rent because I have to cover my mortgage and my insurance. There's a lot of bill came to me every day. And then I talk to my situation to them. They don't even care. I know they're working, but they say they're not. They just, you know, refuse to, you know, they don't even talk to me. They don't even, you know, like answer to me. Because when they ask them, you know, I go to there to knock the door to ask them, right? And they said, you know what? Because you can talk to the government. The government let us stay like this, you know. So that is then now makes them like feel more comfortable, like more affair to seems they are like they have to stay. They can stay without any like paying. That's the thing they in their mind. So you know, we're the landlord, but we're suffering a lot right now. You know, there's a lot of things we have to suffer. I know that they when they live in, they show us the bank the statement. They have a lot of money in the bank. I know that's why we check them court everything. Okay, seems okay. We let them live in, but after living a couple of months, they like, you know, being bad. So they just pay always late. Okay, I mean, if as long as you paying couple of day delay is not a problem. But after the COVID start, they totally just don't pay anymore, not even a penny. Because I even offer them, we can give you a discount, whatever. I know everybody's hard right now, but they said no, we don't need to pay this. Now it's government, just no eviction, nothing. So we can live like comfortable, free here. You know, that's the thing, you know, because this environment makes, I mean, this law, everything makes them like feel they're supposed to be living without pay. They don't need to pay. That's the thing. So in my case, I really need like government help us to, you know, to make them pay or to eviction them faster a little bit, because the mortgage, you know, is very heavy for me. Too much mortgage I got. I'm very small landlord. We came this country just working to saving to, you know, get those house. But right now seems like we're not, we don't have any happiness in this country anymore. That's the thing. But you know, I'm sorry to say that, but the things like happen makes me feel like I am there. Thank you very much. That's all you know, like my stories.
Thank you so much for calling in and speaking to us and sharing with us your experiences. We've heard from a number of landlords. I'm so pleased we could hear from so many of you. Let me ask before we close this out, we do have 4 more minutes, if there are any other landlords that wish to speak to us. I do see Iris has raised her hand a few times. I'll call on you in a moment, but we can only ask clarifying questions. If there's something somebody has said that you want to clarify, you can ask a question, but we're not asking general questions like we would of panelists. Okay, I don't see other hand raised. Iris, let me call on you. I think you might have a clarifying question for Daniel, who you helped to arrange to speak today. And I did tell Daniel would circle back to him if we had time, and we do. So
Yes.
Daniel, if you're there, and Iris, if you would like to ask him a question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me know if this is not in the realm of clarifying. Dan, thank you for joining us today and offering your important perspective. You noted at the very end of your remarks, which I wanted to clarify, that with the courts reopening, there would be massive or significant impacts still to be determined. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
Hi, sorry, just had to unmute, but yeah, I think as courts are opening up, I know that there's definitely going to be a ton of cases going into eviction. You know, just from other landlords I've spoken to, and also my real estate attorney, where, you know, even just to get a case, we're months out. So I think there's going to be an avalanche of evictions and cases going into court. And on top of that, not even just the evictions, but foreclosures. You know, that's going to be the court's going to be open to that as well. So that's just going to be another part where that's, I think, going to be devastating for the whole industry.
And Daniel, you did indicate you might have more to say. If you have anything else you'd like to say in addition to what you've already told us, we have 2 more minutes. Would welcome you to do so.
I don't really have anything else, specific to say, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe it might have been Jane that I had to cut off, but I said I'd circle back around to you. So if you're still there, I would welcome you to make any additional comments with the last minute we have for the Landlord Forum.
Thank you. My urgent message to all the politicians: the landlord and tenant both are hurt. We need to come out with the plan ASAP. Otherwise, we already know the court will be jam-packed. We already know foreclosing is coming. But what can we do? Not just by giving out the money to the people who's unemployment, but also we need the money support from the government to the landlord, to the tenant, so we can get through this pandemic together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll see if there's any other hands raised. I don't see any. Mallory, do you want, is there anybody there on your end that wishes to speak? If not, we'll close this forum and get ready for the Renters Forum at 3:15.
None at this time on my end, Brian.
Okay, so at this time, I wish to thank all of the landlords who have called in. We really appreciate your engagement. We're going to keep all of your comments in mind as we draft our report. There'll be future meetings on this topic that will be announced in the Federal Register, but July 16th from 1 to 3 is another time. You're welcome to stay and listen for the Renters Forum, or you may log off, whichever you prefer to do. So at this time, we're now going to begin the Renters Open Forum. This is an opportunity for renters or tenants to offer comments to the committee about this topic. Please keep your comments limited to 5 to 8 minutes. And as a reminder, all remarks are recorded for the public record. As the chair, I reserve the right to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. I'm now going to invite renters to share brief statements with the committee. I will start by those who notified Valerie Trachtenberg that they wish to speak today, followed by those who raise their hand using the raise hand by selecting your name in the WebEx or selecting *3 if you've joined by the telephone. So Heather White has notified us that she wishes to speak. Heather, I'm calling on you now to speak with us, please.
Yes, hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, would you like me to go right into my statement?
Yes, please do.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give some background to the apartment situation where we fought an eviction case for 3.5 years and finally gave up because the legal fees had become very expensive. We didn't qualify for right to counsel, free counsel, because our zip code was 10024. We were just one number away. 10025 was offering right to counsel, but we didn't have it. So we ended up paying over $60,000 in legal fees, fighting the eviction case, and ended up taking a buyout, which I'll give some details about at the end. But the story was that my husband's family occupied a rent-controlled 3-bedroom apartment on West 87th Street for 51 years. His mother passed away initially in 2012, and my husband, who's a jazz musician and professor of music who travels a lot and actually works at a university outside of New York, took over the apartment as his primary residence. His grandmother was still alive, and he took care of her until she was 102 and passed away. At that point, the landlord company started eviction procedures saying that he didn't have the right to inherit the apartment. And so basically the eviction case that we were fighting was to prove that he did have the right to inherit the apartment because he'd lived there long enough. It had met the current rules for apartment inheritance. So one thing I'd like to point out is that there is only one African-American family that lived in that apartment building in the 20th century, which was my husband's family. And once we were evicted, that was the end of that. And so now the building has no African-American residents. And I don't know if there are even any on the block at this point. The family paid over $200,000 in rent over the years while they were occupying the apartment. The apartment recently sold for $2.3 million, and we received a buyout of $250,000, which was set by the housing court judge. And I would like to speak a little bit about the dysfunctionality of the New York City Housing Court, because hopefully people here on the committee might be able to take up some of the issues that I observed, that I found to be very much on the landlord side. For example, our case went on for 3.5 years, and we were having to pay lawyers $375 an hour. Most of the time, most of that money was being spent sitting in court waiting for our case to be canceled and continued to another date in the future. We had a total of 3 judges. So the first judge was fired from housing court for conflicts of interest because she owned property and was a landlord and was expressing, I guess, too openly her pro-landlord views. Our judge, who oversaw the settlement of our case, she was also very much pro-landlord, to the point where she had actually worked for previous owners of our building. And we thought that was a conflict of interest, that she had worked for the owners of our building while we were occupying it. Prior to being appointed as a housing court judge, We asked our attorneys to request a recusal, which they refused to do. And I think that we suffered a lot as a result of that, because when we went into court with her, and by the way, our total amount of time in housing court did not exceed 6 hours. So we're talking about having paid $60,000 for about 6 hours in court. And our first day in court with this judge, she said, we need to resolve this as quickly as possible because this new outfit that's coming into Albany is not going to be good. And she was referring to Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and the pro-tenant group of legislators that had recently just been voted into office. So she was showing her bias, in a very obvious way from the beginning. All right, let's see. Okay. Another issue that we encountered in housing court was that there are supposedly tenant advisors who are available to talk to tenants who don't have attorneys yet. And some of them had actually worked for the landlord companies before, and I felt that that was also a conflict of interest because two of them that I talked to had previously been employed, one of them by the lawyers that were trying to evict us, by that firm, and she said she had recently come into housing court within the last couple of years, and I think that it doesn't bode well for tenants if spies for the law firms are allowed to seed employees into housing court. I mean, we had no idea what that person's loyalties were and whether or not she was reporting back to her previous employer about information that she was gathering in her new position. So that just seems like a very obvious situation that could be addressed, which is that people who have former employers, recent employers for the firms that are trying to evict tenants should probably not be hired and on site in the housing court. Also, there's the city councilors who make themselves available and say that they offer assistance to tenants who are being evicted. We found that to not be the case, and we really didn't get any help other than some phone numbers from the city councilman's office that was a block away from our apartment. So I think that the role of the city council serving as a resource for tenants facing eviction could absolutely be strengthened. Another thing is that we were one of 9 apartments that were rent controlled in our building that had about 40 apartments. And we had to have our own lawyer. So the tenants group of 9 apartments had their own attorney that we had to use on several occasions because our landlord would be charging thousands of dollars to our apartments for repairs that they didn't do. And on occasion, we even would have some pretty serious accidents in the building. For example, we had a fire that required that a tenant move out for many months because they refused to upgrade the electrical system. And we also had a ceiling collapse that went down 6 floors all the way to the lobby because they refused to do repairs on the rent-controlled apartments. At the same time, the apartments are selling.
Okay, so Ms. White, just excuse me for a moment. You've been speaking for about 10 minutes. We're, of course, pleased to be hearing what you're saying, but I see we have at least one other renter that would like to speak. What I'd like to ask you to do is to wrap up, and if we have extra time, I will definitely circle back to you before 4:15. But I just want to make sure to give other people an opportunity to speak to us if they would like to.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll just finish this last point, which is that the tenants are having to pay out of pocket to hire their own attorneys when the landlords fraudulently represent that they've done repairs on the apartments. And then when we would win the case that they hadn't done the repairs, the landlords were required to pay us back, but they were allowed to do it on an installment basis, which means that tenants are actually loaning the landlord funds for years for repairs that they're claiming to do, which they didn't do. And then when they lose the case that we have to pay out of pocket for an attorney to bring forward, they're allowed to pay on a multi-year installment case to pay us back, which is small amounts of money, you know, between $2,000 and $3,000 in our building's case. So that's another issue that I think needs to be looked at, which is that tenants are capitalizing landlords when they're actually resorting to fraud in order to get these funds. So I'll just end there and look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would ask that renters that are on the phone or on WebEx that wish to speak to us, they can speak to us anonymously. If you're calling in by phone, press *3. If you're doing it by WebEx, just hover the mouse over your name and click for the participant list. So Roxana, let me call on you, please. If you can unmute Roxana, and if you're calling in by phone, that would be *6.
All right, and Roxana, you should be seeing a request to unmute on your device, and you'll need to hit unmute as well in order to begin. All right, Roxana, it looks like you've unmuted. Are you able to hear us? So Roxana, I'm gonna see if I can help with your audio. I'm not sure that we're able to hear you. If you are trying to speak, take a look at your mute button. There's a drop-down arrow, and there's a gear function that says settings when you look at the menu. Take a look at the microphone and see which one is selected, and try selecting the other one if you have another one available. Can you try saying something now? All right. Roxana, you can also try calling WebEx directly from a phone. The phone number is 800-360-9505, and the access ID is 199-491-6990. This is the same number listed on the agenda. And if you just use a phone to try calling in, we can try circling back to you.
Okay, so while we're working on her tech issues, let me just inquire whether there are any other persons who have not spoken yet that would like to be able to speak to us. Renters, again, if you're calling in by phone, you just press *3 on your telephone keypad to let us know that you wish to speak, and we'll unmute you. And if you're on WebEx, just raise your hand by putting the mouse over your name. Mallory, while we're waiting to see if anybody else is going to wish to speak, that's either calling in or on WebEx, do you want to check with the interpreters?
I'd like to go to call-in user 14 first. I will note that we do have people joined on.
Excellent.
Yeah, I will note that we do have people joined on our interpreter line. So Heather, we will circle back to you probably a little bit later on because I do know that some other people are waiting on those lines. But please do send me an email if you need to. So there's somebody who's joined by phone. I'm going to send you a request to unmute.
That's caller number 14, correct?
That's right. And on your end, please press *6. to unmute your phone. All right, it looks like you might be unmuted. Can you try saying something? Okay, and if you've joined by phone, make sure you've pressed *6 and then unmute on your own phone as well. I'm going to send you that request to unmute again. Press *6.
So it looks like the person calling in user number 14, oh, it looks like she's unmuted now. Can you speak now so we can see if we can hear you?
Hi, I'm the landlord. Can I speak now?
Yes, we can hear
you now.
Okay. I'm the small landlord. I only have one unit to rent out. Unfortunately, okay,
One moment. Wait, 1 moment. Let me just interrupt. So Mallory, this is the renters forum. She's a small landlord. Should we ask her to call in as public comment at 4:30 since this time is reserved for renters?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
sorry.
So please do stay on the line. We'll come back to landlords as well as public comment at 4:30. So at this time, I'm going to check in with our interpreters, and I'm going to ask Benson, can you please raise your hand in the participant list if you have anybody on your line who would like to provide comment as a renter? And Benson or Therese, in case Therese is currently covering. And just a note for those on the Spanish line, we will come to you next. Please sit tight, and I just want to check back. Benson, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Please let me know if there's anybody on your line who would like to be sharing public comment. Therese, I'm also sending you a request to unmute.
有没有人要讲话？那个我现在是翻译，可以帮你们跟他们表达你的见解。Hello.
Hi, Therese.
Hi.
Is anybody on your line? Have you asked Shelby?
Shelby said yes, and I'm talking to the phone and the sofa. Shelby, anybody want to talk? My line is clear. I can translate now. 有没有在线上的朋友需要表达意见？你是租户，那你想表达你的意见的，我现在可以帮你讲中文的话，我可以帮忙翻译成英文，跟他们那个沟通。线上有没有人 ？Hello.
Hi, so Therese, can you ask if they are a renter?
At this time. Okay. Shelby, tell me no comment this time.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Therese. And Therese, I'm going to mute you in the system. If you do have somebody come on, please have Shelby tell you, and then please raise your hand in the participant list so we can circle back to you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, I'm going to come to the Spanish interpreters next, and I will unmute both Jeanette and Maria. Maria, I'm coming to you first, and Jeanette, I'm coming to you. Depending on who's covering right now, please unmute yourself. And please check with your operator to see who can speak first. All right, Jeanette, I'm going to send you the request to unmute through WebEx again. And Maria, I am doing that for you as well.
Operator?
Okay, so Jeanette, can you ask Travis to please patch through the first person who raised their hand for him?
Yes, we have one person in line.
Great,
Sí,
okay.
le podemos escuchar.
All right, Jeanette, you may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Good afternoon. I'm a renter. Yes, dígame. Un momento, por favor. Yes, I'm a renter. I just came in like a year ago. Dígame. Okay, espérame un momento. Yes, this one is for a familiar, and the apartment has a 2-bedroom. Okay. Okay, un momento. And after several months, the landlord had some was dislike with the other person who rented the other bedroom. Yes, Okay, un momento. So the landlord asked me to tell the other person who's rented the other bedroom that they have to move out. And I did because I didn't want me to, I didn't want her to kick me out as well. Okay. Okay, un momento. So I told the landlord that I had to occupy the other bedroom because I needed it that in that moment because the renter is like $2,000 and I cannot pay for it by myself. Okay. And then the months of December and January, I got COVID-19 and I went to the hospital. And that time I was living there alone. Okay. Okay. And I paid until January, but the landlord kept the even though when I was sick with COVID-19, I pay until January, but the landlord kept the February as the security deposit. Okay. Then I applied with the government. Okay. And then I apply for the funds for the government, and ¿cómo fue? ¿Usted quedó cómo? and I applied with the government fund for the 3 months for payment, the 3 months of the rent. And yes, I got approval for that because I couldn't pay in full because I was sick in that time. So with that application, I had to send some paperwork with a signature of the landlord because I needed to do so, and I asked her for the signature. Ajá, ¿qué más? And she said that she's not gonna help me out, and she's not gonna sign any paperwork. And she told me that I have to move out or I'm gonna get eviction. And the other thing is my condition that I'm homosexual, and she told me that I'm not a good influence for my neighbors, and that's the main reason why she's gonna be evicted. And as I'm a permanent resident here, and she is gonna be able to give some information and damage my status as a permanent resident. And that it was the and at the end she I felt like harassment about that because she remarked that I wasn't the good influence for my neighbors because my condition, because I'm gay. And she's gonna take some action against me because of that, because I'm gay, and she was able to do something to harm my permanent residency here. ¿Con quién se contactó?
All right, Jeanette, this is Mallory. Is your renter wrapping up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Solo lo que quieren es que usted haga una sumatoria de todo. Entonces, eso es todo lo que necesitaba decir. Ok, un momentito, te necesito resumir, señor, necesito resumir, por favor, perdóneme. And he's saying that the only thing that he wants to be to get some help because the landlord is he's getting menace from the landlord that she wants him to take to the court and say something like a retaliation against him to do something about her permanent residence here.
Okay, thank you, Jeanette. Can you let the renter know to follow up with me by email? This is a policy-based committee, and we do not have direct resources, but if they would like to follow up by email, they may do so. They have my email address already.
Okay, dice que no puede estar, estas son reuniones que no pueden estarse haciendo así con detalles de esa forma, pero que puede usted contactar a Mallory por correo electrónico y entonces ahí le van a contestar con más detalle y usted puede exponer su caso en más detalle, si puede hacerlo de esa forma. Con Mallory.
Also, or Evelyn.
O también con Evelyn. De nada. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeanette. Can you please ask Travis if there is anybody else who has joined to share comment?
Sure. Operator, Travis? Do you have anyone else in the line? No one else, Mallory.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the renter for sharing their comments just now. Raul, I am going to call on you next. I know that you might be in touch with some families, so I'm going to send you a request to unmute in WebEx.
Gracias, muchas gracias por comentar, por hacer.
I'm sorry, everyone. I need to mute our interpreter lines again. Raul, it looks like you're unmuted. Please let us know if you would like to share remarks at this time.
Yes, I have a quick statement on behalf of some of our families that I know were interested in making sure their voice was heard, however, are a little less secure in participating in these kind of open forums, and also speak a little bit to some of the work that we've been doing with our families, who the majority are renters. Hello, my name is Arnold Soto. I'm the Director of Public Engagement at East Harlem's tutorial program, also known as EHTP. We began in 1958 as a children's reading group and has since grown into a multi-site after-school and summer program agency, as well as an operator of public charter schools in New York City and the East Harlem area. And so I'm here today on behalf of the families in the community who've experienced significant challenges with securing and maintaining their housing, not only during the pandemic, but also many years prior to that as well. Back in 2018, we knew that housing instability among young people was a significant issue. At that time, according to data gathered by the Institute of Children, Poverty and Homelessness, about 1 in 10 New York City public school students were homeless, and this is including not just being unsheltered, but those living in shelters, those living doubled up with family members, and this trend was true for our schools in the community that we serve. But we also knew that this was increasing before the pandemic. And like many other systemic issues against the BIPOC community, this only got worse with the economic hardship brought on by the pandemic. So specifically about East Harlem, our families are made up of hardworking folks who are trying to create a future where their children are thriving. And so that's kind of the perspective in which, we work with our families, is with their kids. And hearing that so many of our students and families were suffering with challenges in paying the rent was definitely very difficult. In response to this, in the beginning of the pandemic, we started an emergency assistance fund that delivered mini grants to those in the community that were affected. The vast majority of those mini grants were towards paying any back due rent that happened because many of our families lost their job. Many worked in the service industry as delivery workers in the restaurant industry. And we also understood that this fund was going to be needed in the future, and so we've made it permanent. And we learned a few key things out of that experience. The pandemic exacerbated already difficult financial situations for many of our families, and the most pressing financial concern for the majority of our families are making those rent payments. And especially this third point is particularly salient. Families that are undocumented or have mixed status households had very few resources to turn to And so that was the overwhelming demand on the emergency fund as well. So it's another thing to consider. More recently, with the launch of New York State's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, also known as ERAP, it presented a lifeline to many of our families, especially those that are undocumented or mixed status households. However, the issues presented themselves with large swaths of our families, just the application being inaccessible to them because of the low level of computer literacy and the amount of documents that these programs require. And we also know this program is first come, first serve. It has a finite amount of money. So it's not a solution for many of our families and merely a Band-Aid. And working with every single one of our families, I have seen back to rents that is over 10 grand, 20 grand in some cases. We have some open eviction court cases, and you can imagine how helpless many of our families feel when having to make the decision between paying that back to rent and paying for the internet for their child to attend school. And that can be a very difficult challenge for them. They are struggling with balancing the cost of increased learning at home for their children, paying the utilities needed to make that happen, medical bills, and other rent-related items. Some of the families who couldn't make it here today have also borrowed significant amounts of money from other families and strangers, which is a surprise to us, in order to pay the back due rent. And that's important because in the program set up by New York State at this very moment, those kind of rent arrears are not eligible for repayment. The state is making only payments to landlords. And so we've had to have very difficult conversation with some of our families about what they're going to get support for and what they're not going to get support for. But it's just something else to consider, is that this pressure of rent burden has been so intense that families will go and take on some significant financial risks in order to make sure that they have a roof over their head. And I think overall, just to wrap up, as an organization that works predominantly with communities that have been disproportionately impacted not only by COVID-19, but by systemic issues in the United States, it's definitely a failure of empathy and creativity that we as a society have failed to come up with a solution that doesn't make a single parent of 3 children decide between paying for their internet for their child to attend school and putting a roof over their head. And so that's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and presenting these comments. We really appreciate it. Let's see if we can go back to the participant list. I see there have been some other people that have joined to listen in. I want to give anybody who wants an opportunity to speak to us from a renter's perspective. Any landlords will be able to speak during the public comment. This is for the renter's perspective. If you're interested, I would ask you to raise your hand. And I'm going to circle back to, let me just ask, Roxana seemed to be trying to speak and there were tech problems. I'm just going to see if Roxana is still interested in speaking and if those tech problems were cleared up.
And Roxana, this is Mallory. I sent you a request to unmute, and this goes for everyone. My email address is listed in the press release. It's mtrachtenberg@usccr.gov. You can also email me, and I can help you coordinate your tech issues offline if that would help. So Roxana, I'm sending you that request to unmute on your end. You would need to unmute in order to speak. All right, and I am getting some emails. I will just highlight that this is primarily the open forum for renters right now. We will go to public comment from advocates and those who assist others when we go to public comment at 4:30. So I know we do have a few people joined today who will be speaking during that time. I will highlight that we called on Raul as he's been coordinating with some families who might have been able to speak today and was speaking for them while we were waiting to see if they could join.
Okay, and while we wait to see if any other hands will go up, let me just circle back to Heather White. I know you wanted to say some more things and I had to interrupt you, but we do have some extra time. So if you, and I see your hand is raised, so you can, Mallory, if you can unmute her and she can unmute so that you can spend some more time talking to us.
Okay, should I go?
Yes, you may go.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to finish up by speaking a little bit more about the housing court experience, because the right to counsel, of course, is very important. But then if they're going into a dysfunctional system with legal aid lawyers and attorneys that they aren't going to go in debt to having to pay, then the system still is not serving them well. For example, when our first day in housing court, our judge told us that if we lost the case, we were going to have to pay, these were threats, that we would have to pay market rate rent for the extent of our entire eviction case, which we'd been fighting for 3.5 years, which would have totaled $151,000. We also would not have been reimbursed for our legal expenses, which were $60,000 at that point. And then we were going to have to pay the legal fees submitted by the landlord's attorneys. And assuming that the landlord's attorneys were charging double of what our attorneys were charging, because they were a very high-end law firm in the city, double, which would have brought our total liability, if we didn't settle the case, to $320,000. And all we wanted to do was continue living in the apartment that my husband's family had been living in for 50 years. But if you have judges who are over 70 years old, she was not included in the recent group of 46 judges that were fired basically in the New York court system. Housing court judges actually weren't included in a lot. I don't know if they're there for life, but our judge was old and didn't know case law and had to be continually corrected by the attorneys, and also said a lot of things and then would say, this is off the record. So for people to go into housing court and be threatened by the judge is not appropriate. I mean, listening to some of the people who've also given testimony, you can just imagine how intimidating they might find that if they're going into what they think is a forum where they're going to get a fair hearing for their case, and find that the judge on the first day is telling them that they're going to potentially be on the hook for $100,000 to $300,000 in fees if they don't settle the case. So basically that was the final statement that I wanted to make, that I think that the housing court situation also needs to be looked at by the committee, because once people actually get into housing court with free counsel, that is not the end of their journey. And I think that the rules and the conflicts of interest and the support for tenants needs to be substantially strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call on Cheryl.
And Cheryl, I've sent you a request to unmute on your computer, and you will need to unmute as well in order to speak at this time.
Thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Keshner, and I work for the Empire Justice Center. We're a statewide organization which provides free legal assistance to low-income New Yorkers, and as well as addressing policy issues in a variety of areas. I work in the Long Island office, which is based in Central Islip, and work with a very large immigrant population. As I'm sure you know, Long Island has a long history of segregation, racial steering, and discrimination in housing on Long Island. And according to a recent Newsday investigation, which analyzed 5,763 housing cases, 39% of the time they found that Latinos experienced discrimination, and 49% of the time Black prospective renters experienced discrimination, and 19% of the time Asians experienced discrimination. I just wanted to speak a bit about some of the experiences that our tenants have had locally on Long Island. We know that many people have faced hardship during the pandemic, and a huge number have faced unemployment or reduction of hours. Many of our clients are undocumented or otherwise ineligible to receive stimulus benefits or were unable to receive the unemployment assistance because of their immigration status. So many did continue working as essential workers, but were unable to access the assistance which so many others received. As a result, several did become sick with COVID and lost family members who were the breadwinners and who helped them to be able to continue to pay their rent. During this time period, we've seen a tremendous amount of exploitation based on immigration status. One local school district reported to us that many of their local families simply disappeared when they fell even just 1 month behind on the rent because landlords had threatened to report them to immigration if they did not pay the rent. Now, we know that one thing doesn't have anything to do with the other, but many tenants who are undocumented or who just may not have their citizenship status yet feel very vulnerable, particularly coming out of this difficult period that we had under the prior administration. And so, we found that many landlords have exploited that situation and have made it extremely difficult for tenants who either do not speak English or who are undocumented or are not yet legal permanent residents. We found many landlords engaging in illegal evictions, shutting off the water, the heat, the electricity, the gas, and leaving tenants for months on end without the very basic necessities that they need in order to live decently. Now, let's bear in mind that many of these landlords have also been protected by the moratorium, in terms of their mortgage payments, but they have and have also been advised about the rental protections for tenants, yet many have taken the law into their own hands and tried to use other means in order to get these tenants out. We've had tenants who have had their families, have had the landlords break into their apartments, assaulted them, placed snakes in their homes, cursed out the tenants, and we always advise them to contact the police, but the police response, unfortunately, has been inadequate. While we know that, illegal evictions are a Class A misdemeanor, frequently the police have, stated that this is just a civil matter, not anything that they need to get involved in. And we have continually instructed the police that they do need to get further involved, that there do need to be more protections for tenants. Many landlords also do not have rental permits and are renting out numerous rooms within a house, many rooms within an apartment itself. And so they're unwilling to complete the paperwork that's necessary in order for tenants to be able to apply for the assistance, which is being offered now in order to help them catch up on the rent. So I'm certainly not saying that all landlords are uncooperative. We certainly have tenants who have stated that their landlords are working with them, that they are trying to ride it out during this very difficult period. But we do need more protections against illegal evictions, against arbitrary rent increases, and violations of warranties of the warranty of habitability, which have a disparate impact on low-income communities of color. I think that's about all I wanted to say. Just wanted to really highlight the fact that, we are really seeing a huge impact on our immigrant community, and there need to be better protections for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in and speaking with us. Let me see whether there are any other participants on the phone or by WebEx who would like to speak. And Mallory, do you have anybody on your end that wishes to speak? Any renters or people assisting renters?
I haven't received any other emails at this time. I do know that we will have a few speakers coming up at 4:30. And so I would recommend that we sit tight for another moment or so to see if anybody else would like to speak.
Sure, and while we're doing that, let me just ask my colleagues, the committee members, if they have any clarifying questions for any of the people who have already spoken, any of the renters or those who are assisting the renters. If you have any clarifying questions, then I'll be happy to take those. And if so, if you'll just raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. I'm going to, first, we're going to keep this forum open until 4:15, and then anybody does call in. But I do want to thank all of my colleagues and Mallory for helping to get the word out so that we did have so many landlords call in and speak to us and so many renters call in and speak with us. What I would do now is to open it up to any of the committee members who would like to share their thoughts on what we've heard today, either through the panel presentations or the landlords and tenants. And if you'd like to just raise your hand in the participant list, I'll call on you as you do so. Iris? Thank you. And then Vivian after Iris.
Yeah, so gosh, so much to process, but a couple of quick thoughts. One is the whole unintended consequences and of the best intentions, which we heard through a couple of testimonies. And I think related to that, there was a tenant, or landlord rather, who talked about we need to be on the same side of the table. We can't be, shifting the costs and the risks and the harm from one side to the other, landlord to tenant, tenant to landlord. And let's get on the same side of the table and call upon the government, to come and help us both. And the final thing, main takeaway from today that I've thought about is it sounds like some good came out of the pandemic in the way of procedural changes that were meant to be a stopgap that perhaps will have great value ongoing. And so the whole idea of the having sort of the online format where the judge is sort of by default hearing both sides, and also some of the work around right to counsel. So I would be, and at the same time hearing that it was really expensive, some of the solutions that have been proven to work, including right to counsel. So I'm wondering if there's something there in terms of, building on some of the stopgap measures and thinking about how to really scale them in a way that will sustain well beyond the pandemic.
Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us. I agree with you. Vivian, let me call on you now.
Hi, thanks. Thanks so much, Brianne. Yeah, it was really thoughtful and illuminating. I actually have a question more about process. So is there still an opportunity for folks to share their thoughts either through written testimony, or it would probably be through written testimony at this point, around this topic? Folks who like organizations that assist, that assist renters and landlords and whatnot, that type of thing.
Yes, so we, as today on July 16th, we will have public comment. So if they're not calling in today, they could call in on July 16th during the public comment period. We also we'll keep the record open for 30 days. And so I'll check with Mallory whether that's going to be extended beyond July 25th. Ordinarily, because we were concluding today, we were going to close the record a month from now, which would be July 25th. But July 16th, we are going to have what I expect will be the final panel. So I don't know whether that's going to extend it. Mallory, let me just ask you when the record will close. Anyone who wishes to speak to any of these issues can call in during public comment these 2 days, as well as submit written testimony to us. And if they're landlords or renters, they can do it anonymously. Does that answer your question?
Yes, absolutely. That's so helpful. And I, so grateful for all the folks who shared their thoughtful comments and experiences today. It was just something that popped into my brain. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, I see Athena has her hand opened or her hand raised.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, yes, I thought I think these were really enlightening forums. And was glad that we got the kind of participation that we've gotten. A couple of things that occurred to me, and that is these forums have really kind of opened the door, I think, to a discussion we haven't really had, and that is a lot of these folks are immigrants. And so we, a lot of times I think, work from kind of a black-white paradigm when in fact ours is a multiracial society. And what we saw here, I think, was some of the vulnerabilities around that kind of multiracial, multicultural society, and the kinds of access and lack of access for both landlords and tenants, and also knowledge about kind of how you maneuver the procedures that involved. And so one of the questions I have in my own mind is how many small landlords have gotten any help from the government? So there is, doing the moratorium and those sort of things. And I think those are questions that we should probably ask. And that we also consider the undocumented, because that seems to be coming through as a strong area of concern. And then I guess my last comment, let's see if I remember it, has to do with power balances. And so I guess the other thing, and I don't know that we can address this, that occurred to me was what happens as you kind of shift through law, kind of the balance of power in these cases, and what people will do once they have some power, how they will disadvantage others. And so that's kind of just a thought that I had in mind. And so how do we balance power? And I guess the last comment goes back to small landlords and their own vulnerabilities. So, it's kind of my take that foreclosure is just the other side of the coin of eviction. And so how many kind of small landlords and small minority landlords of color are now facing bankruptcy or foreclosure and that sort of thing in this moment. And so I don't know how we take all of that into consideration, but it certainly seems like it should inform our thinking and inform our report. So those are some of the things that kind of came out of this conversation for me.
Excellent points. Thank you. See, do any of the other committee members wish to share any thoughts from today's proceedings? Let's see, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two things that come up to me is I feel like the discussion about landlord versus tenant really feels like a zero-sum game. And I want to reflect what Mikkel was saying about both people being on the same side. I think a lot of the interventions that can be done can kind of work with both, and especially with the concept of what Athena just said as a not eviction, but foreclosure being the further end of that. And I think really thinking about this as not a zero-sum game, with the idea, keeping in mind that the fact that anything that negatively affects a renter is far more likely to have much more deep-reaching impacts than what's being affected by landlords. Most landlords have more everything. And I think an eviction is really going to affect a single person and the community much more than a foreclosure will, much more than an individual tenant in a landlord's portfolio being evicted. I think the other thing that kind of we haven't really talked about in depth is I feel like there's a lot of discussions about a big part of this gap that exists being the gap of home ownership. And I think just we haven't really talked at all about really what are interventions that could be done that might be able to address that in a more realistic format. And I think that that's something that really, if we are providing advice to the federal government, I think that is an area that the federal government really does have the power to do that we as a state, we as a city do not. And I think that that's something that I am certainly not the one to talk about. I'm not a banker. I don't live in that world, but I feel like it keeps getting brought up and just ignored. And so I just want to kind of reflect that, and hopefully we can have that in the front of our minds as we move forward.
Well, thank you. I'm going to make the concluding comment here, and then we're going to take a break. I've been really troubled about what I've learned about the housing court system. I've heard about the problems there, and as I've told you all, I've spoken to a lot of housing court judges. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any of them to come and speak on the record. I was, a family court judge, and there used to be significant issues, and still are, with the family justice system. But at least in the family court, all children are entitled to lawyers. All parents who are charged with abuse or neglect are entitled to lawyers. All juveniles are entitled to lawyers. Petitioners and respondents on domestic violence cases are entitled to lawyers. And it would seem to me in the housing court justice system that all tenants and anybody who's subject to eviction should be entitled to lawyers as well. Jay Johnson's report, which was really a damning report on the housing court justice system, or really lack thereof, would demonstrate that there needs to be some really significant improvements with respect to that, to where even the environment, affords the people the dignity that it should have for them becoming litigants. So those are some of the issues I would like to see our report address as well. It's been raised by a number of the people who have spoken to, not only the panelists, but some of the landlords and tenants that spoke to us today. So at this time, I'm going to conclude the renters forum. I believe everybody who wanted to speak was able to speak. I just want to thank all the renters that have called in. Again, my colleagues who have worked hard to engage landlords and tenants to participate. I think we're very pleased with the turnout that we had today. And again, people can write to us until July 25th. Those who wish to remain on, they can remain on, and I'd suggest that you stay hooked up. Just mute and stop your video, and we will reconvene at 4:30 for a public comment. We have three people signed up for public comment: the small landlord that I asked to call back or stay on to speak, and then anyone else who would like to speak to us up until 5 o'clock. So let's take a break. We'll see you all at 4:30. Thank you. Okay, Mallory, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great, thank you. Welcome back from the break. We're now going to begin the public comment. This is an opportunity for any remaining members of the public to offer comments to the committee about this topic. Please keep your comments limited to 2 to 4 minutes. As a reminder, all remarks are recorded for the public, and as the chair, I reserve the privilege to cut short any statements that defame, degrade, or do not pertain to the issue at hand. I will now invite members of the public to share brief statements with the committee, and I'm going to start by inviting those speakers who have already notified Mallory Trachtenberg of their intent to speak today. That'll be in this order: Lucy Block, Carol Lamberg, and Cecilia Gulas. Then I will be calling on people who raise their hand by selecting their name in WebEx or selecting *3 if joining by phone. And if caller number 14, the small landlord, is still on, it will certainly be calling on her as well so that she can speak to us during this public comment time. We will then go to the interpreters. So at this time, I just want to note for the record that a number of the people who will be speaking, I've noticed, have been listening to the proceedings all afternoon. Really appreciate your interest in the work that the advisory committee is doing. So I'll call on Lucy Block first, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me. My name is Lucy Block. I'm the Research and Policy Associate at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. We're a community development membership organization in New York City. We work towards racial, economic, and housing justice. And I wanted to give comments today to share some of the results of an analysis I did on eviction filings during the pandemic in New York City in particular, and some of the geographic and race patterns that I found in the analysis. So I will follow up on the comments today with written comments to Mallory, giving links and sharing additional information. But I wanted to share that I was able to access housing court records at a zip code level from the New York State Office of Court Administration. And so I looked at the prevalence of COVID case and death rates in different zip codes across New York City, the density of people of color who lived in those zip codes, and then also the rate of eviction filings that we normalized based on an approximate number of rental units in those zip codes. So I wanted to share some of the findings which really, were both shocking and unsurprising. Making these types of maps, you just kind of run into the trends over and over, but when I did this analysis, it really hit me as really dramatic when I looked at the differences between the neighborhoods, the zip codes that had the highest rates of death from COVID-19 compared to the neighborhoods with the lowest rates of death from COVID-19. So I basically broke up all zip codes across New York City into quartiles, and I compared the top 25% by rate of death to the bottom 25% by rate of death. And in those top zip codes, the rate of eviction filings during the pandemic was 3.6 times higher than the rate of eviction filings in the bottom 25% of zip codes by rate of death from COVID-19. And then I also looked at the share of people of color in those zip codes. And so again, looking at that top 25% by rate of death from COVID-19, those zip codes are 68.2% people of color versus 29.2% people of color in the bottom zip codes. So there's just an incredibly stark difference between the zip codes where people were dying from COVID-19 that are also people of color, which we can see in health statistics about how COVID-19 has affected and impacted different racial groups. And then this analysis really just revealed how highly those numbers also correlate with eviction filings. And so communities of color were not just getting COVID-19 at higher rates and dying from COVID-19 at higher rates, but they're simultaneously facing eviction from their homes. And as we know, higher rates of joblessness and many other factors. But I just wanted to put the spotlight on this particular correlation that we found. In terms of broad numbers, this was a period of right about 12 months. So I pulled these numbers in late February. There were 15,517, so 15,500 approximately eviction filings in those top zip codes versus 4,224 in the bottom zip codes. So that's the kind of, you're also looking at a difference about 4 times as many by volume. So this also just correlates with a lot of other analysis we do at AMHD. So I produce something we call the housing risk chart every year, and for that analysis we look at community districts, the 59 community districts across New York City. In the COVID and eviction analysis, we found that 8 out of the top 10 zip codes by eviction filings were okay, so they were in the Bronx. And then similarly, the top 10 districts for this other analysis that we do on an annual basis this year, we found that 8 of the top 10 community districts by all the risk variables that we measure were also in the Bronx. So geographically, these trends are extremely highly correlated and concentrated in the Bronx. And looking at the community districts by the share of people of color who live there, the 10 districts with overall highest risk scores, and this is across various metrics for housing. So the 10 districts with the highest overall risk scores were all over 75% people of color. As I mentioned, 8 of those were in the Bronx. And then the share of people of color in a community district correlated closely with the rate of residential evictions. So those are executed evictions prior to the pandemic as opposed to eviction filings during the pandemic. So there was, again, a very high correlation there. There was also a high correlation between share of people of color and rent burden, poor housing conditions as measured by housing code violations, increases in residential sale prices, so the appreciation of residential land values in those same districts, as well as foreclosure filings and the share of home loans made by non-bank lenders, because we tend to see investment in those neighborhoods, which is more predatory and more speculative and less geared towards actually building wealth among homeowners. So I know my time is limited. I want to jump over. I'm going to be submitting written comments with more detail, but I wanted to just jump to some of the policies that AMHD supports that we think can undo these very intertwined systems. As others have testified, we know that this relates back to redlining and racial covenants and zoning, and the entire history of settlement of urban environments in the United States and our history of public policy. So it's obviously an incredibly difficult problem. I agree with previous panelists and people who gave comments that the issues around wealth and income and race and health, you can't pull them apart. So all of that being said, I just wanted to mention some of the policies we support. So others have talked about statewide right to counsel for any case that would result in a tenant losing their home regardless of income. Good cause legislation providing stability and protections to tenants, allowing them to renew their lease and not be evicted unless there's good cause, unless they have not paid their rent or if they've violated the terms of their lease, and also attached to limited annual rent increases. We think the effective implementation of the ERAP program, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is really important, and make sure that there is sufficient outreach, sufficient accessibility. There have been a lot of concerns around technical issues and just the communities who need it most and the renters most knowing about that program and being able to apply and access it. The application is only digital, for example. There's language accessibility issues, et cetera. We are focused on the proper application of anti-harassment laws in New York City housing courts, so tenant harassment and evictions.
Lucy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up because I know we have at least 4 other speakers. If we have additional time, I can circle back to you, but as you've said, you will be submitting some written testimony, which we really, really appreciate.
Yes. So in 10 seconds, application of anti-harassment laws, regulation of multifamily lenders to make sure they're not financing displacement, and more measures around discrimination in renting.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Again. So let me call out Carol Lambert. I will be asking as I call through the people who have signed up in advance, anyone else who is interested, and I understand Robert Robertson may wish to speak to us again, caller user number 14, if you'll please raise your hand in the participant list, and anybody else who wishes to speak to us. You can either *3 on your telephone pad or put the mouse over your name and raise your hand in that way. So Carol Lambert, please.
Thank you. I was the executive director of the nonprofit Settlement Housing Fund for 30 years. The organization owned 25 mixed income housing buildings. Very occasionally, we had to evict tenants. Some were drug dealers, chronic non-rent payers, or destructive of the properties. Eviction was slow, painful, and expensive. We hated it. Housing court was chaotic and exhausting. We would always meet with the tenant and try to figure out how to provide services to help with rent payment or other problems. We were usually successful, but not always. We needed the rental income to pay for heat, hot water, upkeep, other expenses. I've just finished writing a book, which is a history of Section 8 housing assistance and an advocacy for Section 8 for everyone who cannot afford market rate housing. The book should be out in a month or maybe sooner, I hope so. We would not need rental assistance if another crisis like COVID happened, if everybody who was eligible had Section 8 assistance. Unfortunately, there would still be a few occasions when eviction would be necessary. Most of our buildings were ethnically integrated. However, after the Starrett City lawsuit in 1988, HUD and local agencies required developers to use outreach to promote racial integration, but they could not use percentages to achieve these goals. After outreach, tenants had to be selected on a first-come, first-served basis. This became very difficult to develop integrated housing. In that lawsuit, Circuit Judge John O. Newman wrote an excellent dissenting opinion. Great reading. He quoted Kenneth Clark, the leading expert on integration, as follows: "It would be a tragedy of the highest magnitude if this litigation were to lead to the destruction of one of the model integrated communities in the United States. The solution to this problem would be for Congress to enact a law that allowed the development of integrated buildings. A plan with government approval could be required. The outcomes could provide models of positive inclusiveness." I wrote a book published in 2018 called Neighborhood Success Stories. It describes Settlement Housing Fund, among other buildings, or the early integrated buildings. I interviewed a few of the tenants. I asked what they liked best and also what they liked worst. But when I heard what they liked best, I was surprised and pleased that they said they liked the diversity. I think I came close to 3 minutes. I did my best. That's it.
Thank you so much for your comments. Much appreciated. I'll call on Cecilia Gulas now, if I pronounced her name correctly.
My name is Cecilia Gulas. My testimony will focus on the importance of federal judges, state, civil, and housing court judges in the eviction process. The New York City Housing Court judge that issued the eviction order in my case was Judge Ann Katz, spelled capital K-A-T-Z. She had serious conflict of interest. The co-op board that evicted my son and myself was represented by the law firm of Bora, Goldstein, Nahens, and Goydell, a big law firm that specializes in the eviction of tenants. The official resume of Judge Ann Katz states that she worked as an employee of the law firm of Bora, Goldstein, Nahens, and Goydell, the same law firm that evicted us. Judge Ann Katz should have recused herself from the start of this eviction case. Instead, she brazenly went forward and had us evicted. Then I went to a nonprofit organization in Jackson Heights, Queens, that has received federal funding from HUD, the Federal Housing and Urban Development. Attorney Satish Nori, the attorney in charge of legal aid that worked for this law firm in Queens refused to listen to my case. Therefore, I would suggest that a commission should be formed to investigate housing court evictions from judges, corrupt judges that shows serious conflict of interest, as well as lawyers who work for non-profit agencies that receive funding from federal housing agencies like HUD. They must be aggressively and thoroughly investigated. If found to be at fault, these judges should be impeached and removed from office. Also, these housing court judges should be part of the commission that investigates state judges. As of now, who investigated these housing court judges? Only some private investigator? That will not work. So thank you very much for this, allowing me to testify about corrupt judges. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make a comment for all that. We are a policy-based advisory committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. We do not in any way investigate any type of individual complaints. You can contact court administration to ascertain any type of procedure to file any type of complaint. Let me just see now in terms of people who are interested in speaking of public comment. Is caller user number 14 still on the line? She was the small landlord that called in during the renters forum. I don't see that she is still on the line.
Right. So, Brian,
So,
I will jump in real
yes.
quick. This is Mallory. So, if the landlord who spoke earlier, who we asked to come back during public comment, is joined in now, perhaps you've called back in, please press *3 on your hand or on your phone to raise your hand so we can find you in the participant list. Again, if you've joined by phone and you're the landlord who had called earlier, who we asked to come back during public comment, please press *3 on your phone in order to raise your hand. Okay, Brian, back to you.
Yeah, Mallory, do you want to check in with the interpreters at this time? I think Robert Robertson might want to speak again, but since he spoke earlier, I would like to check with the interpreters first.
Certainly. So Benson and Therese, I will be checking with you first. I will wait a second before unmuting you. Please go ahead and ask Shelby if there is anybody who has joined to share comment in Mandarin. We'll pause while they ask Shelby if anybody has joined. Okay, Benson and Therese, I'm going to send you a request.
Therese is on it.
Great, okay. I am sending Therese a request to unmute right now.
Okay, Shaba, anybody online now?
No, ma'am, no comment.
No comment so far. No comment.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Therese. Thank you, Benson.
So,
all right, I'm going to go ahead and mute you in WebEx. All right, and we're going to come to the Spanish line next. So Jeanette and Maria, please check with your operator, with Travis, to see if there is anybody who has joined on your public line to share comment in Spanish. And I'm going to send you a request to unmute in the system now.
Sure. Operator. Operator.
And are you speaking to the phone where Travis is located?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Maria already asked Travis, and he said no one is joined.
Okay, great. Thank you both. Jeanette and Maria, I'm going to mute you back in WebEx now. Thank you. And Brian, it looks like we do have somebody joined by phone. So the person who's joined by phone, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Please press *3 on your phone and then also unmute on your phone in order to speak now. And again, this is for the person who's raised their hand via the phone. Please press *6.
Hello?
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Excellent.
Yes,
Yes,
we can
wonderful.
hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I mean, I really want to cry during pandemic because I have some rental properties in New York. I also have 2 college kids. I have to pay tuition, which is right now I cannot do. And the bank is about to take away my houses. And I have 3 tenants who's not paying no rent, and they are not qualified for the rent relief because they make on the line for limited people who can apply. So I really don't know where to turn to. I'm not receiving rent from one of the tenants for over 2 years now. And I mean, I just have nowhere to turn to. So I please ask if they can reopen the court. Do not continue put a stop on the eviction. You guys have no idea how difficult it is for us to buy property. We save our money, we work double shift, we do everything we can to keep mortgage going, but this is unfair. You rent a home, you pay the rent. You don't pay the rent, how are we gonna pay our mortgage? How are we gonna pay our bill? That's all I wanna say. I hope everybody can hear, and I hope the people out there can hear us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your experience with us. It will certainly inform
I'm sure I'm not
our
the only one. There's
deliberations.
tons of people like me out there. There's a lot. We are not the people who should be sacrificed for this. We are not the people. We are the small people. We are the working people. We save our money. We do not go vacation. We do not buy anything at all. We don't even go out to eat. That's the money we save to buy the property and try to raise our family and try to give the people a home. But now that New York City, they're doing this to us, I'm sure a lot of people is willing to sell the house and get out of this. This is a mess. I mean, I don't want to be a New York City landlord anymore. I regret it for step my foot in it. So now I'm ready to stepping out if I can. This is unfair. It is unfair for us. Why we are a group of people have to pay for this? Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling and letting us know what you're going through. I believe there was one more person that wanted to speak, Mr. Robert Robinson. If you can unmute yourself, you could speak now. And meanwhile, while Mr. Robinson is speaking, if there are any other persons listening that would like to speak, please raise your hand on WebEx or press *3. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. And special thank you to Mallory. She has a difficult job, so I just want to give a shout out to Mallory behind the scenes. She's, juggling a lot of balls at this time. So my name is Robert Robinson. I'm a staff volunteer at a human rights organization based here in New York City called Partners for Dignity and Rights, formerly known as NESRI. I also serve as a longtime member of 2 coalitions, which were talked about today, the Right to Counsel New York City Coalition and Housing Justice for All, which is a statewide coalition. And I want to preface my comments by speaking or replying to comments made by the elected officials that were on an earlier panel. So Mark Levine, City Council person, and Harvey Epstein, or State Assembly person, are very exceptional in working with communities and community-based organizations on housing issues. However, I want to respectfully disagree with the position that they took on area median income not affecting the creation of affordable housing. In my opinion, and this is something I've been reviewing and studying for about a dozen years, going back to my days as a member of a grassroots organization called Picture the Homeless. Area median income in New York City is calculated by a geographical region consisting of the 5 boroughs of New York City, Nassau, Suffolk, 2 wealthier counties to the east of New York City, and Putnam County, a non-contiguous county to the north of New York City, and one of the 20 most affluent counties in the nation. That calculation sets the area median income for New York City at $119,000, and thereby the creation of affordable housing, which we generally will say on the ground is 80-20 housing. A developer makes an agreement with the city to construct a building, 80% market rate, 20% saved for fixed and low income folks. So that area median income, and I agree with Assemblyman Epstein when you say you target 30% of area median income. So that would total $35,790. I'm going to use East New York for an example where there is a lot of gentrification going on and a lot of construction going on of quote unquote affordable housing, and argue that the area median income of East New York, Brooklyn is anywhere from $26,000 to $30,000. So you're excluding the people you are saying you are including. It is a flawed calculation fundamentally. There was a former state assembly person who got into a debate with me about 10 years ago, Vito Lopez, was a developer, Ridgewood Bushwick Senior Citizens Housing, and we went back and forth as we both testified before the New York City Council Black, Latino, and Asian Caucus. And I challenged him that it was a flawed calculation, and he looked at me very sternly and said, "How would you change it?" And I looked back at him and I said, "Use zip code. The entire country is mapped geographically by zip code." No response from Vito Lopez. I've had similar arguments with Hakeem Jeffries as a city councilman and in DC 2 summers ago as a congressman. He gets it. But something Hakeem Jeffries said to me as a city council person, "Rob, bring a local government official who was passionate about this, a state government official to the table, and a federal government official, and let's see if we can work out an agreement to change it." You are absolutely right, Rob, but it takes political will at 3 different levels to make the change. So I would challenge this group to really think about that calculation, because areas like South Jamaica, Queens, the South Bronx are being excluded with the massive construction that is going on in those communities, with the premise that those affordable units are for those communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before this commission.
And thank you so much. Mallory, we're coming up on 5. Do you want to check with the interpreters to see if there are any other persons that wish to speak?
Sure. So I'll actually, I'll go back in the order that we've been using this entire time. Benson, I see your videos there. Can you let me know if there's anybody on the Mandarin line who would like to share comment at this time? And sorry, Benson, I lost your video for a second. Can you let me know? Just like nobody's there. Okay, I will unmute you. Can you go ahead and check with Shelby to ask if anybody is on the line? And Therese, I'm going to unmute you as well. I saw Benson's video first, which is why I was going ahead to ask him.
Therese is on it. No
Okay.
comment from Shelby.
Okay, thank you so much, Benson. And I will go ahead and check with the Spanish interpreters now. Jeanette and Maria, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Please go ahead and ask Travis if there's anybody on your lines who would like to share comment. I will unmute you now.
Operator. All right.
No public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I will mute you again in WebEx, and then it looks like we do have one more person who has raised their hand in WebEx. So Shital, I'm going to send you a request to unmute. Thank you for joining again, and you may unmute on your end at this time.
Right, and I just want to say we've come up on 5 o'clock. I've been authorized by Mallory to go just a few minutes longer. We want to let this person speak to us again for just a few minutes, but I need at least 3 members to stay on so we maintain a quorum, and then we'll wrap up right after the speaker if no one else raises their hand. Yes, you may go ahead.
Okay, I would thank you everybody. So this is really a good discussion. Sorry, I got a poor signal.
All right, I believe we can hear you. Is there anything else you would wish to add?
I would say everybody wish this rental system can go down to their landlords and tenants as soon as possible, especially urging the tenants to apply, because what happens now is they needed the landlord and tenants coordinated to apply. The tenants actually has not much motive if he does not have any pressure. So maybe if it's possible, put more pressure on the tenants to coordinate to make it to apply for the assistance. Landlord, of course, want the money, but if the tenants has not much pressure, then he's not going to react quick.
Okay, is there anything else you wish to say? We are policy-based, so we don't direct or bring pressure to bear on anybody. We are just gathering the information to be able to issue a report to the commission to make recommendations. Anything else you wish to say?
I would say I will be quick. So I'm a small landlord. At the same time, I also a renter and a historic renter and preserve renter too. So so I would say whatever scope that the society wants to protect makes it harder for the scope. I have 5 kids. Then in the court, if you have 5 cases, it's almost very impossible for the landlord to evict me in short time because I have 5 cases. I'm not excused. So in this way, when I go out to rent, nobody wants to rent their house to me or apartment to me because I will be the most important, one of the most difficult scope to be evicted out in the future. So whatever group you guys want to protect, actually make our life harder. So
Okay, anything further?
I would say I appreciate you guys looking into all of the questions, take a full consideration about the policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling in and talking to us. At this time, we're going to close the public comment. I thank everyone who's made the comments. We really appreciate your engagement. We're going to keep your comments in mind as we draft our report. The next meeting will be July 16th from 1 to 3 p.m. and all future meetings will be announced in the Federal Registry. I want to thank all the speakers today and the members of public for attending and sharing their testimony with the committee. Also wish to share members of the public who just called to listen in. We're pleased that you have an interest in this topic that we were studying. Thank you to all my colleagues and committee members who have joined. This has been a 5-hour hearing. It's been a long day, and you've all stayed and listened very intently. And lastly, I really want to show my appreciation and thank you to Mallory, our extraordinary CFO, Carolyn, all the commission staff. We have a lot of commission staff that's been supporting this extensive comprehensive briefing that the New York Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission has planned. We have one more panel, July 16th, and we simply could not do it without the staff of the commission. And I want to thank the interpreters and the closed caption for providing these services today. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time. We are extending the time for written comment to August 15th, since in fact the last briefing date will be July 16th. We hope to see you all back July 16th 1 to 3 for the final panel, and when the committee will start debriefing further on this. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in July. Bye-bye now.